Meeting of the zoning board, Township of Bloomfield, Thursday, June 17th, 7 p.m. Come to order. Notice of time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting, to the extent then known, was provided at least 48 hours prior to the commencement of this meeting in the following manner pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 231 of the Law of 1975, known as the Open Public Meetings Act. 1, by posting such notice on the bulletin boards of the municipal building, and 2, by mailing such notices to the offices of the Independent Press, Bloomfield Light, and Silver Ledger. Due to the ongoing pandemic and in an effort to prevent further spread of COVID-19, this meeting is being held remotely. The public has been invited to attend by accessing the meeting either by telephone or video link. The meeting will also be available for viewing on Channel 35 or Channel 30, or by streaming live on Facebook Live or the Township website, www.bloomfieldtownship.com. Public is invited to participate via Zoom by accessing the website link or calling the telephone number. Meeting ID is 869-5066-3650. Passcode was 950524. Roll call.
Sure. Ms. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Johnson?
Present.
Mr. Prince?
Present.
Mr. Belnicki?
Present.
Mr. Wagner?
Present.
Ms. Tolliver?
Present.
Mr. Stivers?
Present.
Ms. Hilaire?
Present.
For the record, Chairman Michalski is absent. And also in attendance is the board attorney, Michael Rubin, the board engineer, Anthony Marucci, the board's traffic expert, Joseph Fishinger, and the board's planner, Mr. Williams, from Nishwing Group.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
On the agenda, first, communications. We have one resolution, 71 Eaton Place. Nicole, you want to read that?
Sure. Resolution in the matter of the application of Patricia Sabater and Jose Oquendo for a variance pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-70C to permit the widening of a driveway, accessing a one-car attached garage accessory to a single-family dwelling, thereby exceeding the width of the garage at the property located at 71 Eaton Place, Block 933, Lot 91. I believe everybody received the resolution in advance, and the people that are allowed to vote on this are Ms. Brown, Mr. Prince, Mr. Stivers, Mr. Tolliver, or Mr. Wagner.
Nicole, you want to pull the board?
Somebody has to move it.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Wagner, who was that, Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Now,
Second.
who was that?
Brown.
Ms. Brown? Okay. Okay, now I'll poll everyone. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Prince?
Yes.
Mr. Stivers?
Yes.
Ms. Tolliver?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Resolution's approved.
Thank you. Next up, we have 3 sets of minutes. These were previously emailed to the board members to review. The first one is the meeting of March 18th, 2021. Need a motion to accept these minutes?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Wagner?
I'll second.
Mr. Johnson? That was you?
Stivers.
Oh, Stivers, I'm sorry. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, I guess you could do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. No one opposed? The minutes are approved.
Next up, we have the minutes of April 8th, 2021. The agenda, I'm just seeing here, Nicole.
Yes.
Says minutes of March 18th, 2020. I don't know if that's the teacher.
No, it should be 21, and it was correct in the minutes. Yeah, I apologize for that. That was a typo.
It's correct on the minutes also.
Okay.
So this is for the motion to approve the minutes of April 8th, 2021.
Board, I will make that motion.
Mr. Johnson?
Second, we need a second.
I can second that.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
No one's opposed? The minutes are approved.
And the last set of minutes are regular board meeting from May 13th, 2021. Need a motion to accept these.
So moved.
Ms. Brown?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That was Mr. Prince?
Yes.
Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, no one's opposed?
Nope.
The minutes are approved.
Thank you, Nicole.
No problem.
Item 3 on the agenda, upcoming applications to consider for the board planner and/or traffic expert. First one is 400 Hoover Avenue, and this is an application to install wireless communications equipment on the rooftop of the existing Kinder Tower senior housing building. Board, do we have any comments on this?
Well, given that it's broadband on the roof, I think, should we have a planner look at that? Or do you think that's not necessary? I'm concerned that oftentimes the community wants to have a stake in that. It might be helpful to have a professional viewpoint. I don't think we need a traffic engineer.
No, I don't think so.
On the network traffic.
Network traffic, bringing in the airplanes.
Is there an engineering aspect here that we need to consider? Is that factored in here in other cases in the past?
Application.
Okay. Sorry, I think I would agree with the planning. I'm not sure if that may be all we need.
Any other board members?
Yeah, I would tend to agree, planner only.
I agree. My comment is, since it is a senior housing building, I think we should have a planner. Okay, so there may be some seniors that are, questioning this. So this way we can have full expertise on this from our planner.
Okay.
Nicole, do we want to?
Somebody needs to make a motion.
I'll move to employ the planner for this application.
Okay. We need a second?
I will second that.
Mr. Johnson, okay. Now I'm gonna poll the board, Mr. Balnicki, if that's okay?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Prince?
Yes.
Mr. Balnicki?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Tolliver?
Yes.
Mr. Stivers?
Yes.
Ms. Hilaire?
Yes.
Okay. I will get that one to Nisha Wayne.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
The second application for consideration for the board planner and/or traffic expert is 336-344 Hoover Avenue, and I believe this application proposes an auto detailing use in the rear of a two-story structure together with the second-story warehouse and an existing 13 residential dwelling units. Did I explain that right, Nicole?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Board, any comments on this?
Given the housing units and the mixed use, I think we should have a planner and a traffic engineer.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Anybody else?
I would concur with Mrs. Brown.
I agree.
Anybody else? I agree also. I think we should have both traffic and planner in on this. Need to make a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Ms. Brown moved it and Mr. Wagner seconded it.
Okay, I will pull the board. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Prince?
Yes.
Mr. Balnicki?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Tolliver? Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Stivers.
Yes.
Ms. Hilaire?
Yes.
Thank you. That's the majority, so. Moved.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Moving on to item number 4A, old business. This is a reconsideration of the application of Jamie Puro as applicant and owner for bulk variances and any such other relief as may be required from the zoning ordinance of Township of Bloomfield to construct a deck and a shed and install pavers in a residential 2-family RB2 zone on premises known as map 33, block 827, lot 21, better known as 50 Barbara Street. I believe Mr.
Yes, Mr. Balnicki.
Yeah.
I'm ready to proceed if that's okay.
Fine.
Mr. Balnicki, members of the board, council's name is Robert Cassione, the firm is Cassione and Pomaco, 524 Union Avenue in Belleville. I represent the applicant in this matter, Jamie Puro, and his wife, Kristen. They reside and own 50 Barber Street in Bloomfield. This is an application, as the chairman pointed out, for reconsideration, with the original application having been heard at the April 8, 2021 meeting. At that hearing, my client was seeking approval for a deck in the side yard, a paver patio in the side yard, a shed that encroaches on the side yard setback, and a 6-foot fence. My client has recently submitted an amended plan which removes the deck from the side yard setback of 6 feet. All the variants are, of course, bulk or C variances. I have 2 witnesses. The first will be Jamie Puro, the owner applicant, and the second is Bill Stimmel, an engineer/planner. I'd like to call Mr. Puro as my first witness.
Mr. Pyro, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just state your name for the record.
James Pyro,
Thank you, Mr. Pyro.
Mr. Puro, again, your home address,
excuse me, 50 Barber Street, Bloomfield?
and are you the owner of that property with your wife?
Yes, I am.
And you reside there with your wife?
Correct. Yes.
And you filed an application on your own and appeared before the board on April 8th?
Yes.
And were you the only witness at that time?
Yes.
And was a vote taken approving some of the variances you were applying for?
Yes.
After that decision, did you then contact my office and ask if we could file an application asking for reconsideration?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that at that hearing, a vote was taken and that the vote approved the shed and the paver patio?
Yes, correct.
Did you subsequent to the hearing and after submission of the request for consideration, submit an amended plan?
Yes, sir.
And can you review with the board the difference between the plan you had initially submitted on your own prior to hiring our office and the amended plan you submitted after that?
Yeah, there's roughly 32 square foot section of deck that goes beyond the setback up to my fence, which is about a foot in from the property line, that I am going to remove and bring it in line with code for side setback, if so approved.
And that, the revised plan was submitted to the board, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the board, with regard to the side yard in particular, the importance that you feel of having that deck with the 6-foot setback in the side yard?
Well, originally, I didn't bring this up in the previous meeting because my wife doesn't like me to bring this up, but my wife does have MS. She is permanently disabled. So giving her one step down and access to using the yard when she's home alone all day was certainly a factor. She only has use of her left leg and left arm. Her right leg, she has limited use. So not having to go down the full set of steps certainly is advantageous to her when she's home alone. And she only has to make one step off onto this low-profile deck, which is important when she's home alone.
Would you review with the board why you need a 6-foot fence rather than a 4-foot fence?
The reason being, there's two reasons there. A, it is a very low-profile deck, but it is 19 inches high. That said, it would be dangerous if the board were to approve the deck and I move it down to 4 feet. Anybody could fall over that, especially my wife. And the other reason is my neighbor also has a 6-foot fence right up against mine. So it's in line with what's out there. And I'd like to stay consistent. But the first one is definitely more important.
I have no further questions to this witness, and obviously open him up to questions from the board, Mr. Belmeke.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions? Mr. Puro?
Mr. Belmeke, do you want to put up an image of the new design or no? We don't
Yeah.
have to.
Can, Mr. Cashion, can you do that?
I'm sorry, I cannot, my apologies.
Okay.
Nicole, any chance you could help us with that?
No, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have we don't have digital copies to do that.
Yeah.
I can put it up if the board would like. I can share the screen.
Oh, perfect, Mr.
Thank you,
Simmel, that
Bill.
would be great. And you should be able to. I have it so that one participant can share at a time.
Why don't we first swear him in and qualify him?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Stimmel, you have to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just state your name for the record.
William Stimmel, S-T-I-M-M-E-L. Professional address is P.O. Box 280, Rutherford, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Simmel.
Mr. Stimmel, what is your occupation and how long have you been practicing in that field?
I'm an engineer and a planner. I've been employed in the state of New Jersey as an engineer and planner since 2000. Been a licensed engineer since 2004, licensed planner since 2010. My licenses are current, and I've testified as an expert in engineering or planning issues in front of over 70 municipalities in the state, including Bloomfield.
What school did you graduate, what degree did you obtain?
NJIT, bachelor's in civil.
Mr. Chairman, I submit that Mr. Stimmel is qualified in the field of engineering and as a planner and has appeared before this board previously.
Board, any questions? I think we're all in agreement we could accept Mr. Stimmel as expert witness.
Thank you. Stimmel, can you please put up the revised plan in order to provide the board with a clear understanding of what change was made?
Sure. This is the survey prepared originally by George Anderson. There's a revision date of November 6, 2019. There's some hand notations made on the drawing. These were done by the client. You can see that the property is 84 by 95. The existing residence is centrally located on the subject property, somewhat offset toward the east. There's a single width driveway off of Barbara Street. The fence that the client had installed runs left to right across your screen at the end of the driveway, and immediately behind that is the the deck, and immediately behind the deck is the paver patio. There was an extension of the deck which went to about a distance of 2.5 feet from the side property line. The applicant had stipulated at the last meeting, as I understand it, that he would remove that projection to keep the deck out of the 6-foot side yard setback. That was one modification the applicant had agreed to make at the last hearing. Subsequent discussions with the applicant, he had also agreed to provide a row of arborvitaes along the front of the fence, so screening the fence from Barbara Street to soften the appearance of that 6-foot fence that's been installed. So those are the two modifications to the plan as compared to what the board had previously considered.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, we need to mark this as A1,
Okay?
this revised plan, and why don't we just say it's in yellow, or with yellow highlights?
Got it. Okay,
Mr. Stimmel, while the plan is up there, is there anything further you need to review with regard to the property itself or the property immediately surrounding this property?
Certainly, I'm going to put up an image of the Bloomfield zoning map.
Mr. Stimmel, if I may, on this A1, could we mark where the arborvitaes, the trees were talked, that were brought up, where they'll be?
Sure, let's see how steady my hand is. But the idea is that the 6-foot fence runs across the end of the driveway and the arborvitaes would be immediately in front of that fence. I know there's a gate here somewhere, so there would obviously be a break for the gate, but other than that, the arborvitaes would grow together quickly and be more than sufficient to screen that fence.
Thank you.
Then we'll continue with what you were going to do then, unless there's some more questions.
Sure, this is the Township of Bloomfield zoning map. The subject property is located in the R2B zone. The R2B label actually is printed directly over Barber Street, but this is Barber Street.
yeah, you didn't,
Mr. Stimmel?
the map's not up.
Oh, it's not up?
No, we're still on the other one.
There we go.
Take your time.
Oh, new share, there we go. All right. Can everyone see the zone map now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so the subject property is located on Barber Street just to the west of the intersection with Pleasant. Mr. Pyro has a double lot. It's the 3rd and 4th lots as we go west from the intersection with Pleasant. The R2B zone allows for 2 families on 40-foot wide lots with 4,000 square feet of area. The R1B zone, which surrounds the zone in which the site is located to the north, the west, and the south, allows for single families on 40-foot wide lots with 4,000 square feet of area. I'm going to bring up, we're going to have to go through this again, but I'm going to bring up an aerial of the
Mike,
surrounding area.
do I need to mark that map? Okay, so
Everything he's showing you, we need to mark.
all right, so A2 is the zone map and A3 is the aerial. Got
And
it.
I can email copies to the board secretary after the meeting.
Perfect.
So this is an aerial photograph of the site. 50 Barber Street is pinned. Again, you can see that this is Pleasant running from lower left, upper right, and Barber Street is labeled on this exhibit. But again, what you see is that there's a pretty consistent pattern in the area where the lots range slightly in size from 40 feet up to 50 or 55 feet at the widest cases. But it's principally 40 to 42 feet as you travel east into the zone. It's consistently developed with single lots with structures more or less occupying the full width of the lot, aside from the 6-foot side setbacks. It's a pretty consistently developed pattern on Barbara, on Pleasant, on Birch, on Fritz, and the other streets in the surrounding area. So Mr. Pyro's lot is unique in that he's got a double lot. Not only that, he's also in the two-family zone, so the majority of these houses along Barber Street are existing two families. The majority, I'll say, I'm not gonna say all of them. I'd already covered what the applicant is proposing to do. He had replaced his existing 10-by-10 shed, replaced it with a new 10-by-10 shed on the same section of the property. He had constructed the paver patio, the fence, the deck without the required permits or variances. The modifications he's agreed to make, I think the board is pretty clear on. I don't know if anyone has any additional questions on those items.
Mr. Stimmel, you probably should take Exhibit 3 down, and probably you should, just for clarity, list the variances that are associated with this application.
Sure, and I put the survey back up just so everyone can see it. Going from Mr. Marucci's letter dated August 2nd, there were 6 variances noted. The first was for the deck in the side yard. We did find the conflicting information regarding accessory structures and buildings in that section of the ordinance. There's a section that says if you attach an accessory structure to the principal building, then it's considered part of the principal building. Obviously, Mr. Marucci cited a different section which states that no decks are allowed in the side yard. I guess this, to some extent, would be a question of when is a deck not a deck. But I think certainly there's a bit of a logical disconnect when you say that if this property were undeveloped, Mr. Pyro could build a 40-foot tall house 6 feet off the property line, but he can't put a deck or a fence 6 feet tall in that location or 6 feet back from the property line. It's something to do with the limitations of a 40-foot lot, because if you have a 40-foot lot, no one is going to have 29.5-foot side setback to their existing residence. So I think certainly after looking at the area, the board members would agree that this is unique in the surrounding area and the properties in the R2B zone in that area. There was a setback variance for the deck, the 6 foot, the presence of the deck in the side yard, the paver patio in the side yard. Although primarily the paver patio is located in the rear yard, I'd say that roughly a third of it is in the side yard and constitutes a violation. The same setback requirement for the paver patio, where 6 feet is required, it's about 3.7 feet as it was built. The shed, 80 square feet is permitted, 100 square feet had been existing, and he replaced it in kind with a 10-by-10 shed. The shed setback, 5 feet is required, 3.7 feet is existing, and then finally the fence height, where 4 feet is permitted in the side yard and 6 feet was what was constructed. But again, the applicant has agreed to screen that with the proposed hedge.
Mr. Stimmel, through your explanation of the variances, you also went through the justification for the board to allow approval of them. Any further comment on justification for the variances being sought?
Other than, I think it's important to emphasize the uniqueness of this lot in the surrounding area. It's the only lot that's developed as a double lot. As Mr. Pyro had indicated, the residence that exists on the property is more or less right smack in the middle of it, so you couldn't possibly subdivide it. The lot is big enough, however, if there was nothing on it, that it could be subdivided and the applicant could put two families on it. It's reasonable to say, again, that he was allowed to construct a 40-foot tall building 6 feet off the property line, that a deck would have less impact to the neighbor. The site certainly has a substantial side yard, 29.58 feet, whereas 6 feet is what's required, and that also is unique in the zone. I don't think the typical 40-foot wide lot would be an appropriate location for a deck in the side yard, because you're most likely only going to have 6 foot of setback there. For all those reasons, I don't believe there's a substantial detriment to the public good or substantial impairment to the master plan or zoning ordinance.
I have no further questions, Mr. Balnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Gassion. Is there anyone from the public?
I'm gonna ask, that's perfect, thank you. Let me see. I don't see anybody's hands up. No.
Okay. Board members, or any board members with questions for Mr. Stimmel?
Chairman, I do want to ask, I just want one quick clarification from Mr. Stimmel, if I could. Based on the A1 exhibit that you presented, am I clear that the only difference between the prior application that was presented is that the side extension of the deck has been removed? Is that correct?
The side extension of the deck has been removed, so the deck will be out of the 6-foot side yard setback. And the applicant, and it's not shown on the plan, but the applicant has agreed to provide evergreens to screen the 6-foot fence.
Right, okay. And also for clarification, with the new dimension of the deck, I think I heard a dimension of 6 feet, but what is the actual distance from the side yard fence to the side yard deck? It's more than 6 feet, is that what we're to understand?
I watched the video of the last hearing. I believe Mr. Pyro indicated that the first set of footers back from the edge of the deck is 8 feet in from the property line at the last meeting.
Correct.
So, given the width past that would be nominal, but something, it would be somewhat less than 8 feet, but more than 6 feet.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Brown?
I'm really confused after that. The plan shows that this entire 4.9 by 8 by 8 section is going to be removed. Are you saying that that's not the case?
No, it will be removed.
And then what about the concrete stairs that lead from the part of the deck that's being removed and whatever stairs are in the front that's being removed?
I may be misinterpreting this. I don't believe there's any intention to remove the front stairs to the house. Mr. Pyro might be better able to answer that.
I think he's speaking about the steps that are in front of that piece that's over the setback. That would come out as well, and the railing would be pushed into the new setback line.
See, but my question is, that's my question. My question is, are you removing that section and then rebuilding out to the setback line? Are you going to, or is the deck going to be set back further from the setback line because you're removing that whole section and just shutting it off right there?
I'm going to shut it off right there. Once that rectangle that hangs over is removed, it's going to be a straight line across, all of it being, like you said, 6 to 8 feet inside the side setback.
Well, it looks like it's got to be more than 6, because if the dotted yellow line is 6, that's far beyond it. I mean, that's what's so confusing. I don't know how...
I can go further, but having an extra 1.5 feet hanging off there isn't necessary. I'm just going to make a clean line so that it's all within the setback. The steps that are on the end of it, in front of it and behind it would be removed, because that's part of the piece hanging over. If you could, if you could draw a line right across the X there, it would basically give them a better view of how the end would look. I don't know if you can pull that up and show it so that way.
Thank you.
Please.
That black line there, to the right of the X, it would be a clean, straight line, and those steps on both sides would be removed, and there would be a railing, right where he's got his thing right there. And it would be a walkway straight from the gate to the back with no deck in the way.
So that line would be the edge of the deck then?
Correct.
This view is not showing the rear of the house, it's only showing the front of the house. Thank you. So you're committing to the 6-foot side setback, but you're not committing to removing the deck from the side of the yard.
Correct.
And the planner slash engineers made some arguments with regard to that. I think that was Mr. Brown speaking, as for what the justification is for that.
Well, I'll wait for the justification.
Can I just ask one more question, Mr. Chairman? If my calculations are correct, if it's, 3.7 inches, 3 feet 7 inches now from the side yard, the side lot line, and you're moving 4.67, right? No, 4.75, then setback will be 8.95 feet? The deck will be, I just want it in writing, in the resolution, if it's approved, so that if an as-built survey is requested, we know what it's supposed to be.
Bill Stimmel, Mr. Rubin just wants to have an exact distance, so he puts a resolution together that sets it forth, and it can be checked. Is it 8 feet, is it 8 point, whatever, what do you calculate it as? And Jamie, listen to what Bill says, and if you disagree, please say so.
I don't have a scaled version of the drawing. I can tell you it'll be more than 7 feet off the property line, just to give some wiggle room.
And I can certainly measure it if you'd like me to go out and measure.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment?
Do I need to swear Anthony in?
Mine as well.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Anthony Marucci. I just want to make it clear, because I think Mr. Rubin, he needs to have the exact measurement. I have the scale drawing, so right now the deck where it angles off towards the neighbor's property is approximately 2 feet off of the property line. And based on the measurement that Mr. Pyro has there, 4 feet 4 inches, if he removes that straight across, it's going to be 6 feet 4 inches. It's not going to be 8 feet. But it'll meet the requirement.
Mr. Pyro, Mr. Marucci's explanation consistent with your thought process?
From what I remember, when we were doing the deck, we thought the setback might be an issue, so the rest of the deck is in line with the setback. So that makes sense. We probably went right to what the setback would be, and that was an extra in case, and I knew that might have to come off once I finally got it permitted.
So just to clarify, 2 feet existing plus 4 feet 9 inches equals 6 feet 9 inches. The deck will be 6 feet 9 inches off the lot line, correct, Mr. Ritchie?
I don't know if that's 4 feet 4 inches or 4 feet 9 inches. I can't tell.
It looks like a 9 to me.
Then let's leave it that way. It's 6 foot 9 inches.
You got it.
I think it looks like 9 also, I agree.
The survey that was submitted for this application is not to scale. It was blown up. That's why it's not, you can't use that.
Okay, thank you. So the proposal for the board's understanding is to move it from 2 feet off the lot line to 6 feet 9 inches off the lot line.
That is what I'm proposing, yes.
Can I recall, Mr. Stimmel, just to answer the question raised by Mrs. Brown with regard to the deck in the side yard? Mr. Stimmel, would you repeat what your position was with regard to that?
Certainly, I think the argument was that this is a unique situation when compared to the property surrounding the site. The R2B zone where the site is located contemplates a 40-foot wide lot with a 6-foot side yard setback, which appears to be consistent with the development pattern in the area. Mr. Pyro's side yard setback in that area is 29.5 feet. So that's a lot of real estate that is excluded from doing anything with other than putting grass there. Now, the unusual thing about the ordinance is that there is some conflicting information as it relates to accessory structures. We found a section of the ordinance which states that an accessory structure attached to the principal building on the lot is considered part of the principal building except for coverage. So you could plausibly make an argument that since this deck is attached to the side of the building, all he needs to do is comply with the side yard setback requirement of 6 feet, which the modified plan does. The other thing is that the zone allows for construction of a house 40 feet tall, 6 feet off the side property line. So it would be certainly hard to argue that this deck, as it's constructed, or with the proposed modification, certainly would have more impact to the adjoining property or to the view from Barbara Street than a 40-foot tall house in the same location.
Thank you, Mr. Simmel.
Mr. Stimmel, could the applicant also commented that he was going to have a sidewalk from the front of the house along that side to the back? Could you comment on that? And does that add any implication?
I don't believe I said I was putting a sidewalk in.
No, oh, okay.
I believe you said you were gonna put a path that would be unobstructed by the deck that would come from the gate all the way through.
It would be a path.
That's,
Sidewalk.
Mr.
It would be
Pyro
a
said it
path.
would be a path, a clear, that's what I heard him say, it would be a clear path.
Not a sidewalk.
Correct.
All right. I have a question, for the homeowner. So you were saying, could you explain again with better clarity what you meant when you said that you needed to have, that there was a stumble issue or someone falling over a fence or something like that with respect to your wife and the safety issue? I did not quite understand what you meant, and I'd like to better understand it.
The deck, I believe, is 19 inches tall from the ground. The fence runs along the deck. So if I was to put a 4-foot fence there, you'd have a fence that would be roughly at your hip or your thigh. So even somebody without a disability would risk falling over, especially her. But with a 6-foot, if you trip and stumble, you're not going to fall over, you're just going to lean into the fence. But a 4-foot would come to most people's thigh. So you could risk falling backwards and hitting your head on the driveway or just falling, period.
Again, I'm confused. If you eliminate that part of the deck that's near the fence is gonna be at least 6 feet away from the deck, isn't it? It's not
She's talking about the fence going across the driveway, not the side fence. The fence that runs along the deck in front of the driveway.
We need a variance for both the deck that runs, for both the side and the front. Because you're not allowed to have a 6-foot fence in a side yard, when the 6-foot fence runs across the front of the deck as well as along the side of the deck. So that's a 6-foot fence.
For both.
Right, yeah. The fence is in the front and on the side of the deck.
Yes.
Have you given consideration to having can you point out in the map again, sorry to ask you to bring it up one more time, but for the level of specificity, I'd like to see it. Where is this neighbor's 6-foot fence that you described, that you pointed to in your testimony?
Showing a picture, well, there it is right there. Thank you, Mr.
But I mean
Stimmel.
on the map.
Well, there's a picture of it, it couldn't be any clearer. There's a white fence which goes against his house, matches up against my brown one.
Oh, I see it.
Now, if you drop mine down 2 feet and you're standing on a deck that's 20 inches tall, you have a fence that's right up against your leg, very easy to fall over.
Doesn't the deck have a railing?
Yeah.
Most decks do.
If by law they're required to.
This is a low profile deck, I don't know that that's the same
Well,
thing.
you could put a deck that's low profile, that's literally nearly on the ground, that's like hoisted up by one joist or one 2x4, and they're just literally a step or half a step, a couple inches. That's a low profile deck, as I understand it. A deck that's 2 feet off the ground has to have a fence, as most decks are, or many decks are. Decks can be much taller.
If I might, it's 19 inches off the ground. I'd like to ask Mr. Marucci or Mr. Stimmel if they know what the requirements are with regard to that.
I would definitely defer to Mr. Marucci on that if he knows the answer.
Well, I don't know the answer, but I can give you a response, though. obviously this deck was installed without getting permits. If this board approves the deck, the applicant is gonna be required to get the proper permits for construction. The construction official will decide
Right.
or tell Mr. Pyro whether he needs a railing around that deck or not, based on the height.
Thank you, Ethan.
Mr. Chairman, while we have this photo still up, I would like to ask one question regarding the arborvitaes that would be planted. Would I understand that the arborvitaes would be planted in front of the fence, and that since the driveway goes right up to the fence line, would we therefore have to remove a piece of the driveway in order to put in plantings there? Is that how that works?
You know, I have about 8 inches between the fence and the driveway, so I can plant there, and then of course there's grass to the right of that. But there is soil there. I've planted different things before, so just to answer your question.
Okay, all right. So really, in essence, except for the gate to the deck or to the rear yard, to the side yard, that fence would be primarily hidden behind whatever vegetation is being planted.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically, an arborvitae needs more than 8 inches of soil to plant. I mean, I'm a gardener and I can barely plant coneflowers, which take 2 feet. They're little flat daisies. They're a foot tall. An arborvitae that's gonna grow 6 or more feet tall needs more than 8 inches at its base.
Sure, I can find something that grows tall at this narrow.
That's 8 inches narrow.
Yes.
I think for the suggestion of the arborvitae, you probably need about 2.5, 3 feet to plant them in front of the fence. You could look for something that you could plant in a smaller area, like a vine that would cover the fence. You need to find something that maintains its structure year-round rather than something that dies off in the fall or winter. But if you want the arborvitae route, you need a little bit of planting area there in addition to what's there. But we can.
I had a lot of vine on the property as well, originally, so that's a good idea as well.
Would you view a vine as having the same obstructive view as a arborvitae?
Well, I view what's there already as consistent with the property and the neighbor, but I'm willing to do something beyond that if it looks that imposing. So that's up to you guys.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Prince?
Mr. Chairman, I'm having issues already with understanding why we are trying to approve without knowing for certain, since no one so far has told us this with certainty, whether or not a fence is required. I kind of feel as if at 19 inches, a fence around the deck would be required. A railing would be required, but nonetheless, since we don't have an official understanding, how are we going to approve this fence without knowing if certain a railing would actually be required, and therefore making the fence unnecessary? And therefore, not having to do the approval of this one variance.
Let me take it.
I think that's a code issue, and obviously my client will comply with whatever the code requirement is. He is looking for this 6-foot fence to be consistent with his neighbor's property and for blocking for a number of reasons. And as we look at the picture, it certainly seems to look attractive, particularly if we put some greenery in front of it. And I think if the greenery has to be of a bigger size than a vine, I assume that we could cut out a piece of that pavement to allow for plantings so that there's a more adequate planting in front of the fence. So if you take another foot of the pavement out, you probably would have no trouble planting something that would be satisfactory to Mrs. Brown.
The neighbor's 6-foot fence notwithstanding, he is still before us asking for a variance for his 6-foot fence. And he did not mention anything about having a railing. So without clarity on the railing, I think we need to have some clarity on whether or not a railing is necessary. And if a railing is necessary, then there is no need to have a 6-foot fence in violation of the code, which his neighbor is as well.
Well, it's also for privacy, obviously. It's not just to hold people up. That's, obviously, I have a big side yard. Most people only have a backyard, Mr. Stibble mentioned, so they have that privacy. I have an enormous side yard. So being out there and being on the deck, that allows for a little bit of privacy and safety, but also, as the town engineer said, if it's required, if you guys were nice enough to do this, and it's required, I'm forced to be in line with code anyway, so when they come to do the inspection, if it has to go up, regardless of the fence, I'm gonna have to put it up. That's, everybody's gotta fall in line, so I do understand that.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
If it helps the board, the reason this whole application came before the board was because Mr. Pyro came in for an application to put in the pool. And when he brought his application to put the pool in, that's where Mr. Beasy, my deputy, noticed that these other, the shed and the deck were obviously installed without getting permits. So as far as that fence goes, that fence needs to be there because of the pool also. So it's for safety also. It's separate from the deck. The deck is completely separate from the fence.
For the pool, how tall does it have to be?
It's an above ground pool, but I'm just saying that Mr. Pyro does need safety also in terms of and security around the pool area.
Mr. Gassion, if I may ask you, would your client be open to having for the sake of argument, abrodites planted across the front of the driveway to where the gate is?
I certainly expect he would. Mr. Pyro, you agree with that, I assume?
Yeah, that's what Mr. Stibble had said for me, but yes, that's what I would agree.
So the plantings would be, as Mr. Stibble put on his drawing, from the edge of the house across the driveway to where, I guess there's a gate where the fence is now.
Yes, sir.
And that then leads to a pathway, which will go to the backyard.
Yes, sir.
And will there be plantings along that side yard there also?
Not that I have any plans for.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Or acting chairman? I don't think you can grow an arborvitae in 8 inches. I think this is a hollow commitment. It's just not a practical thing.
Mr. Brown, what I said is he'll take the amount of pavement out that would be required in order to let the arborvitae grow.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed that. My computer crashed for a minute there, so I apologize.
So he's got to take another 1.5 foot out, he will take it out in order to comply with the requirement.
I would like to address something that was brought up in the prior meeting, and then in this meeting as well, that this is a double lot, and that it is ironic because you really have room behind the house, so you don't have to be in the side yard. Is there any consideration to moving the deck so that it's in the rear yard and therefore does not require any kind of waivers or variances?
Well, a couple of things. I'll let Mr. Pyro answer momentarily, but obviously Mr. Stibble pointed out a justification for it. When he's got such a big lot, there could be a house here that's 40 feet tall at the 6 foot mark. And I think that's significant. But I will let Mr. Pyro answer why he thinks he needs this in the side yard.
Before he answers, I think he actually testified that you couldn't build a lot because it wasn't big enough to have a second building on it, but I can read the minutes back and hear.
I'll explain better what Mrs. Brown is speaking of. The house does go over the 50% line, That being irrelevant, what we're testifying to is if I knock the house down, I could build two families and go up to the 6 foot based on the town's code. And having a side deck would be much less impeding on the neighbors and the property and the view than what that would be allowed. That's what we're saying.
Thank you.
Also, you asked me about the back, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I'll tell you about what the deck, in the back, with the pool there, obviously it would be a very narrow deck. The only other option would be to put the deck right in the middle of the property, which is imposing and kind of doesn't flow well. And if I did do it between the pool and the house, it leaves a very limited, narrow space for my wife, who is able to use much more yard space when she's home alone by using the deck, which is much larger.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Brown?
Well, it's a response to the question, so thank you, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to direct a question to the township engineer, if I could.
Mr. Mucci?
Yeah, Mr. Mucci, is it true that, given that this is a double lot size yard, that if the applicant were actually presenting a plan to add a garage instead of a deck, that he would not have needed a variance for that? That would be an allowable use?
The applicant, if the applicant, whether it's this applicant or if Mr. Pyro decided a new purchaser bought the property, the answer is yes. You could attach a garage to the existing house as long as you meet the side yard requirement of 6 feet, or you can put an addition on the house. In either case, as Mr. Stimmel said, you could go 40 feet high because that's what the ordinance permits. So the answer is yes, you could.
Right.
Either have a garage or an addition.
Great. And that answers my question perfectly. And I guess what I was trying to ascertain is that it seems in my mind that this is a much less obtrusive use as opposed to building an extension to the house.
Mr. Mucci, I just need some clarification for the record. Can you tell me what the length of the driveway is?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Approximately 33 feet.
So if we took 3 feet off of that, the canal wide and it was 30 feet, you'd be able to park 2 cars in that driveway?
It'd be a little tight, but depending on the size of the cars, obviously.
So, I mean, you know, the point is that he needs 2 parking spaces in the RSIS.
Correct.
He doesn't have a garage, and if they do step that driveway to the point that it precludes him from putting 2 cars in, that raises an RSIS exception.
You're correct. It's very tight. It's tight as it is right now.
Is there a consideration, or this is directed to, I guess, the applicant or his representatives, is there consideration for moving that fence line back to enable sufficient room for 2 cars and for the 3 feet of arborvitae or other plantings? And what would that look like?
The RSIS standard is 18 foot deep by 9 foot wide parking spaces. As it currently exists, you wouldn't be able to fit 2 cars there. You would theoretically be more likely to fit 2 cars there in 33 feet or 31 feet and change as I scaled it. But it wouldn't be 2 RSIS compliant spaces under the existing condition.
Mr. Pyro, is there any problem with moving the fence back, although it wouldn't be consistent with your neighbors? Any problem with you moving your fence back 3 or 4 feet?
Well, the fence is only 4 inches off the deck, so I wouldn't be able to move it back. 4 to 6, maybe 8 inches at most, but it basically runs up against the deck, with just a little bit of space where you can see down, in between it. So it's not, without cutting up the entire deck, it's not possible. Making new footings.
I just want to identify all the rules, that's all, whatever the board grants, on the resolution, or if the board denies it, that's one thing, but if the board grants the application, I want to make sure it gets all the relief it needs so that no questions down the road, and when there's a resolution compliance and all that stuff.
Mr. Stimmel, how wide, I'm sorry, Mr. Stimmel, how wide is that driveway?
Again, I don't have a scale drawing of the plan, but it looks like it's about 12 feet.
I agree.
I suppose that if the board were to see fit, and they were to require that driveway to be widened by 4 feet, I assume my client would be willing to do it.
I could not afford that, I'm sorry, I couldn't afford that. I can barely, afford where we're at this point. I could not afford to do that.
In other words, you couldn't financially afford to make the driveway 4 feet wider. Is that what your indication is? I'm sorry.
Not now, no, I could not. I'm sorry.
Mr. Gassion, maybe for Mr. Rupi also, where the deck goes to the driveway, is there, right now, is there an overhang on that deck where it could be brought back a foot? Sometimes the deck, on the pilings, so a foot could be gained that way?
Bill or Mr. Pyro, could you answer that question?
I mean, I can answer it because I was involved in building it. The footings and the deck go to the end.
So
There was no need for an overhang because the fence was there in the driveway, so the footings went to the end and the deck went to the end. But I understand what you're asking.
Right, okay, thank you.
Obviously, I have no further testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Gassion.
I'd like to sum up once, if there's nothing else, that's all.
Okay, Mr. Rucci, you have anything to add?
Well, again, the board heard this application previously, and I thought that by removing that L-shaped part of the deck would relieve the side yard variance, and that way it would not adversely affect the next door neighbor. Other than that, the fences are up, and again, there is a pool back there. That's a safety issue. That's all I really have. So, and there is a side entrance over there, so the door is there already. It's not like it's being proposed. It's already there.
With the door on the existing fence there?
On the house, I'm saying. That's why the deck is there, because I guess that's that's how you get out to the deck. There's
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay, I see.
I just will make one comment, because Mr. Stimmel is correct on this. If a developer came in here tomorrow, they could legally tear down this house, go for a subdivision, as long as they meet all the zoning requirements, and put two families here. And that is a possibility.
The bylaw is 10 feet short of 8,000. 84 times 95 is just short of 8,000.
Okay.
And, Mr. Gassion, am I correct in hearing you saying that your client, is not at all, enticed by, expanding the driveway, by 4 feet?
What is indicated, Mr. Balnicki.
Well, if I may, I would love to widen the driveway. You're right, the driveway's a little short, we do get in there. But I do have street parking, of course. I would love to have the wider driveway as well for people who come to visit. so that they can have a spot to park, because the street can get tough with all the two families there. I'm just, as you can see, I put a lot of investment in the home. I didn't do things the right way, and I'm learning. But, and coming back before the board, it's just cost me a lot of money. I can't afford it, but I really wish I had the money to do it, because I got that, kind of that dead space right there next to the driveway. It's kind of almost begging for it. I can't commit to you guys and then not come through. I'm done doing that, making mistakes. I can't commit to that, but I would love to do it.
Thank you. I guess I'll go back to the board. Is there anybody from the public?
No.
Okay, board, do you have any, Ms. Gassion, you want to sum up?
If there's no further questions, I would like to, Mr. Chairman.
Any other?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is an application for reconsideration. 2 months ago, the vote was taken in favor of allowing the shed and the paver patio. The client has come back and removed the portion of the deck within the 6-foot side yard. He reviewed the reasons for the 6-foot fence in the side yard, and it looks very attractive, as you know. And one of it is the size of the neighbor's fence. He's consistent with the neighbor's fence. He's concerned about his wife's health. He pointed out that she has a serious disease and she can access this deck, and he considers this deck on this side as being very important to her. This is a very large lot, and although it might be a few square feet short of being able to be 2 lots, it certainly is close to being one where you could put a house 6 feet from this property. A house. Never mind what we're putting. We're putting a deck that's 19 inches high. I don't think this is an unreasonable application. There's no objectors to this. The neighbors are not against this application. He made a mistake. He regrets his mistake. Obviously, Mr. Pyro is on a tight budget. He'd love to do additional things. He'd love to have had more witnesses and present this case in a different way, but he can't. This is a 2-family zone. He's got a 1-family on a very large piece of property. What he's doing with this unique lot does not, in my opinion, or in Mr. Stimmels' opinion, do any damage to the neighborhood. There certainly is no harm to the intent and purpose of the zone plan with regard to this. There's no substantial detriment. Absolutely none. He's got a pool he's putting in. He's trying to fix up his lot. He's trying to make it palatable for his family, in particular his wife. As Mr. Stimmel pointed out, I understand Mr. Rubin said it's slightly short, but there could be 40 units on this piece of property. If you looked at the aerial presented by Mr. Stimmel, you saw the tightness of all the homes in this area. This is a wide open piece. He's asking to use it in a way that slightly violates the zoning. Again, this application, I think the proof has been clear that there's going to be no harm if this is approved as presented, now that the side yard violation no longer exists and that he's 6 feet away from his neighbor. I thank the board for all the time and consideration they've given to this, and I'd appreciate if they consider all the factors and the benefits that flow to my client should this application be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gassion. Board, comments on this?
Mr. Chairman, I should have to call the time for public hearing.
Anybody, public hearing, Nicole?
No.
Okay, time for public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Okay, board comments?
I can, Mr. Chairman, I can start us off if you. So what I've heard today is not really that compelling to me. I feel like there's a big difference between putting a deck on the side of a house or replacing it with a house. If you're on a deck, you're in open air versus if you're in your den or a living space that's insulated from the elements. There's a difference from having a conversation out there when you're 6 feet away from another house versus on a deck, it's open air and just it's audible to the next neighborhood. I think the reason and the logic for having the current ordinance as it is to have the deck in the rear of the house is when you're having parties and people and you're having social events outside your house, you're 20 or 30 feet from the house behind you, and you're much more distance from your neighbor's house. That's my concern with the side deck. And with regards to the fence in the front, I think the arborvitae would help to do it. I don't agree that it's good looking as it is now, but I do get concerned with the parking in there. I mean, that's my take on this application thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could also comment, to try and pick up on Mr. Wagner's comments, if I were Mr. Steele's neighbor, I would actually, I understand the comments with regard to the noise that might be especially if there were a party or a dinner out there. However, if I were the neighbor and I had to choose between having a side yard deck or a 40-foot extension to the house that would come right up to within 6 feet of the property line, I would choose the deck. I find the deck to be less obtrusive. It is hidden from view with the 6-foot fence. It is hidden from view from the street, especially if we require that there are arborvitaes that are planted in front of that fence or some type of vegetation that will hide the fence. And I am also, I like the fact that this extension to the deck was removed, that side extension, so that the entire deck is now more than 6 feet away from the setback, the setback requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. For anyone else?
I have some thoughts.
Ma'am?
Thank you. Well, I will say, this application came in, as Ms. Marucci said, they didn't do any of the permitting. We approved the pavers, we approved the shed. I see how the fence is adjoined at the same height to the neighbors, and I understand that there's a pool there. So I'm less inclined to, throw up arms about that because I see that that's there, although, and I'm pleased that they removed the 6 feet to be compliant with the side yard setback. I do find that the regular drumbeat of, we could build a 40-foot tower there, it's all hypothetical, and no one is proposing to do that. So we could put some other, hyperbolic proverbial build out there too. It's very hyperbolic, and honestly, I was not at all persuaded by this argument. Another drumbeat, that one is the deck, not a deck, that's an accessory structure. It's not, I don't think that you could call it an accessory structure when there's actually something stipulating what a deck could be. So I understand the petition. I feel that they have the argument that it's a double-sided, that's a large oversized lot, not quite large enough to build two-family, which was noted. It could have been placed in the rear, and they opted not to do that. I wonder where this, wish I had it up there, the side door comes out on the deck. If the deck goes forward to the street from the side door, I should look at that again, or back, because maybe some portion of the deck, maybe the deck could be pushed even further to the rear, so still coming out the side door, but not, I don't know if we can put the picture of that up again, that might be helpful.
Mr. Stillman, you have that?
I'm trying to come up with a rationale here, but I don't buy into the argument that, all these hyperbolic metaphors, they're not putting a two-family there. It's not zoned, it's not large enough for that. It's a deck. And I'm willing to make the concession, I just would like to look at whether they could move the deck back further, maybe to where the patio is, as opposed to give them a little more room. The parking is an issue. My daughter lived on Barber Street. It's a nightmare over there. There is hardly any parking. So I'm hesitant to, you know, do anything that would hinder the parking more. Well, can you put the site plan up, actually? Would you mind, Mr. Stimmel?
Oh, apologies, I thought you meant the photo.
No, thank you, but I appreciate you being the IT guy here. Thank you. So if you look at this, where is the door on this deck? Where's the door to the house?
It's right in the middle.
Right there in the middle.
Yes, it's in the middle here.
Yeah,
Right there.
so this, so honestly, that would give you, it's not scale, so I don't know, but that would give the applicant, and I realize we're in the discussion point here, so the applicant, we would have to open it back up if he was to speak again, but this is my question. You've got some number of feet here between the fence that's been erected and and the door. So if you came out to the door and that was the edge of the deck, so to speak, and then your deck came further into the rear of your yard, you would have more room for your deck, and you could have more room to, you know, move the fence or what, or, you know, I don't want to take any more space from his driveway. I don't want to force him to I don't want to force anyone to do it, can't force anyone. I don't want to recommend that they take more space from the driveway, because that seems like a fool's choice, you know? Then what about the parking? The parking is awful on that street. So I would ask the other board members to think if this would be something that could be helpful.
Ms. Brown, I think that what Mr. Rapiro has stated is that, you know, in order to move the deck, he would literally have to dismantle. He would have to pull the piers up from where they are. He would have to either move the entire deck along with the piers, or cut off a piece of the deck and still relocate the piers that, you know, support that side of the deck. And I think he has indicated that financially, it's going to be very difficult for him to do that at this point. I mean, to me, adding 4 feet to a driveway is probably less expensive than reconstructing a deck. And if he's not financially able to do that, this could be very difficult for him.
He also testified that he built the deck himself, so manpower being what it is, when it's your own manpower, it doesn't cost money, it takes time and energy. So I admire anyone who can build a deck, I'll tell you that.
I don't think he testified that he built the deck himself. I think he said he had a hand in it.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay, you make a good point.
Yeah, I should
Trying
also
to put more expenses here, which is trying to talk about a solution that could be somehow a little more elegant and respect the driveway, which it is a concern, parking.
Right, and you also indicated that you thought that, you know, that having an extension to a house is purely a hypothetical, but I think it's entirely possible that either this owner or a future owner could easily have added a garage onto the house that would not require any variance. It would take a same amount of space, the dimensions could be identical to the deck, and it would be, you know, we wouldn't be sitting here because he wouldn't require a variance for that, but it would be just as obtrusive as a deck.
Yeah, well, I happen to think garages are, well, they're in the code, right? I mean, that's something that we aspire to, but, okay. Points made.
And I'll also add that the area is planned to have houses that are within that setback. So I don't know if it's that abnormal to have a house or, the siting of a house within that distance. That's common for that street. It's common for driveways to pass the setback of the house as well. So that's the tough thing for me, is that this is such an odd situation that is one variance has led to another variance, and I'm just concerned with that course of action and enabling that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Prince?
As Mr. Wagner just pointed out, unfortunately, the applicant kind of created this situation on his own. And I just have some concerns with having now to come up with remedies to a situation that could have, or should have been avoided if we are going to go through hypotheticals. And that is my concern. My concern is that now we have to have an approval of a 6-foot fence in the front yard, as well as the driveway, and as well as the deck being in there, when he could have put the fence at the rear of his property where the end of the deck is, or he could have put his fence around the pool. There are other choices that he could have made, but instead he made this one that has created this quagmire.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to Mr. Prince, having a 6-foot high fence along the front of the house, extending from the side of the house as he's got it, is not unprecedented. We've approved that as a board previously. In fact, there was an application, I believe off of Huck Road, where we did exactly that. We approved a 6-foot high fence in the front yard, extending from the side of the house.
That was an application that had 2 front yards, just for the record,
It was a corner house, that's correct.
so a little different.
It's a little different. And there's a fire station next to it as well.
There wasn't a fire station next to it, there was a school, but it is,
It was on, if I can, it was on Skyview, it was right near the middle school.
Yep.
And there was also one on Broad Street, which we approved, where the fire station was next door. And there were a couple of others as well over the years that we have done so, but they were different circumstances.
every circumstance is different.
Up with the fence on the corner lot in the front yard, well, this is in the side yard. So I think that needs to be thought of as well, is that, you approved a 6-foot fence in a front yard, and this is only in the side yard. It's not a front yard fence. Even though it's visible from the street, it's not a front yard fence.
Right.
Any other board member? My comment is, since this is a application, is a reconsideration of an application, Mr. Rubin, tell me if I'm out of order here. Mr. Gassion, with your hearing and your client hearing comments from the board members, is there any room for negotiation regarding the expansion of the driveway, okay? And to have that, the front of the fence, a 3-foot bed going across with trees across the majority of that fence from the house to the gate to cover it, so to speak, from your client.
If you could give me a 5-minute recess, because when we're on this situation, we're not present with one another. You give me a 5-minute recess, I'll call my client and get back on the record with you.
Okay.
Just a 5-minute, I'll be very quick.
And I can use that 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, should we take a break?
Yeah, you know what, it's 8:24, how about 8:30 we come back?
Perfect.
8:34, 10-minute break?
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
8:34, okay, thanks. Meeting is back in session. Mr. Gassion?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with my client. I discussed the matter with him. He is willing to remove pavement in front of the fence in order to allow for greenery to be put in, and he's willing to put in an additional 4 foot of pavement to allow for two vehicles to be parked side by side rather than behind one another. However, as he indicated, he has financial constraints, and he's asking if he can be given a time period of 1 year in order to complete that for inspection by Mr. Marucci.
Mr.
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Marucci, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
given the problem, we just had this last month, given the problems with parking on Barber Street, is there a way to design this so that he doesn't need to expand the curb cut and he can cut it in at some point?
Mike,
Well,
you're,
that's why I would recommend that he would swing it in so that he doesn't have to widen the curb cut. He can swing it in and for about the last 20 feet or so, widen it out to 4 feet.
Certainly, my client has no objection to that. He'd prefer that. It's less pavement that he has to put down and less expensive for him. So that is not an issue at all. Acceptable. That would be very acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Gassion. I'm going to defer back to the board members on this new information. Any other comments on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a quick question to Mr. Marucci. And I don't know if this was actually just stated and I somehow missed it, but a driveway does not have to be pavement, right? I mean, a driveway material can consist of multiple types of materials, gravel, pavers, whatever. It doesn't have to be pavement, at least, you know, in its temporary form until he can lay pavement. Is that correct?
That is correct. I mean, if he wanted to, he can widen it and just put gravel down first and let that settle and give him, you know, a period of time to let that settle before he paves it. He can put pavers down. There are different methods of widening the driveway.
Okay. I agree that pavement would look more attractive, but at least to get us, you know, to that point, to that 4-foot additional width, we have some remedies there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Given the new information, I'm a little bit more conciliatory in terms of approval. If in fact that he agrees to widen the driveway to take away the issue with the additional parking that would be required.
That is agreed, Mr. Prince.
Anybody else? Ms. Brown?
Oh, sorry, yes, I had my mute on, sorry. Well, this agreement, I think, improves the plan because it provides for parking, which is a substantial issue on Barber Street. I do think that I could be persuaded to give him a year because, you know, financial difficulties being what financial difficulties are, it takes time to gather funds to do things like this. I would want to stipulate that it would have to be within a year, the full macadam, because I think if we have some of it macadam and some of it gravel, it starts to look like it could be front yard parking. And I don't want to convey to any other homeowners that that's acceptable, because that's not acceptable. So I'd like to stipulate that.
Mr. Rubin, could that be stipulated in if this application were accepted? Can't hear you, Mr. Rubin. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, my bad. I think he asked for a year, and if the board's willing to give him what he asks for, I don't really see why that's a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to ask one thing. I don't think it's an issue, and in fact, I'm probably fairly confident it's not. I'm sure Mr. Marucci could confirm it, but at the end of the day, if he could, he has a at-scale, looking at a lot coverage, so that we could put that in the resolution with the expanded driveway, what the total lot coverage. I don't see it even existing on here. If you could just get me that.
You'll have it tomorrow. You'll have it tomorrow.
Thank you, and I'm sure Mr. Gassion will know something about that. You know, it's pretty clear to me that.
I don't think that's any issue, but I agree, Michael, it's a very large lot.
Yeah, so just to get me a number so I can put it in the resolution, that would be great.
Have it.
Any other board members? All right,
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, just one question. Do we know what the variances are at hand?
we're gonna I'm gonna ask for
Okay.
a review of what we agreed to tonight and what variances are needed. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Gassion, can you both help out here with this?
I think I know what they are, but I think Michael wants to make sure he's got it for the record. So Michael, why don't you set forth how you have it? If I disagree, I'll say so.
Yes, the deck in the side yard, the paver patio in the side yard and in the side yard setback, the 6-foot fence. An RSIS deviation that couldn't be eliminated by the width of the driveway, and, I think that's it.
Michael, do you want to put in the resolution, I think, the shed and the
shed.
patio?
Yeah,
Because there never was a resolution with regard to the previous vote, so you need the shed and the paver patio, I believe, in the resolution.
Yes, the shed and the paver patio in the side yard setback.
Yes.
One other suggestion, and I leave this to the board often grants variances for existing conditions. If the board's inclined to grant this and give him this relief, that means you're giving him the right to have this shed, the deck rather than a garage. And since he's requiring the ordinance to have a garage, it seems to me it might be consistent with giving him the deck, with giving a variance for the existing condition of no garage. It just makes sense to me since they seem to be two sides of the same coin.
If I may, Mr. Rubin, I agree with that, but also the ordinance says the driveway shall be the width of the garage, and since there is no garage and we're widening the driveway, I believe we should be putting that in also.
Well, it could have been a 2-car garage. I don't think there's anything that says the driveway can be, hold on, it may be actually, give me a second.
It says the
Maybe
driveway
I have
could,
with issue, then I just want to double check. Well, it says not to exceed 22 feet of the building line. The width can't exceed 22 feet.
but at the width of the garage.
Yeah, but if there's no garage, then...
Well, that's my point.
I don't care, one way or the other, I think it's an academic point.
That I agree with.
Mr. Rubin, can I ask a question?
Yes.
By us, if we were to approve this application for the side yard deck, does that preclude in the future, if somebody wanted to, if a future homeowner wanted to add on to the house, put an extension on the house, or a garage, or certainly subdivide the lot and put up two-family houses, this precludes that from happening without there being additional variances in the future, is that correct?
No, I don't agree with that at all. If someone came and ripped out the deck and built a conforming garage or a conforming addition, they could do that with permits. They would need to subdivide this property into 2 building lots. They would need a variance for lot area for each lot, because I think it's 7980. The combined lot area, the total lot area is 7980, and in the R2B zone, you need 8,000 square feet, 4,000 per lot. So anyone who wishes to subdivide this lot would need to come before the board with lot area variances for the 2 lots.
Okay, all right. But this, in fact, somebody could come along, tear out the deck, and add an addition to the house or put in a garage.
Right, the purpose of the variance is to validate what was already built and to allow someone, even this homeowner, should, for example, the deck rot and have to be replaced, to come back and replace it without variances.
Understood.
The
Thanks.
only variance you're giving is the variances of the existing conditions on the lot. If someone wants to do something else, it's conforming, they get permits. If it's not conforming, they have to come get variance.
All right. Thank you, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin, for clarifying that, okay? So, again, variance-wise, what are we talking about here? Mr. Rubin?
The deck in the side yard, the paver patio in the side yard and in the side yard setback. The shed in the side yard setback. The 6-foot fence. And the lack of a garage.
And there's actually one more, because you're allowing me to go from 80 to 100. I know I replaced 100 with 100, but the new code is 80 square feet for the shed, correct?
He's correct, that's what I was gonna say.
All right, size of shed, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Pyro.
Very helpful, thank you.
Okay. All right, so, any other comments, board?
And could we clarify the contingencies that we are asking for with this application? I know we're asking for a 4-foot width addition to the driveway, as well as a hedge, some type of hedging in front of the fence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything else?
I think my understanding of the conditions are, he's going to remove the deck so that it's set back a uniform 6 feet 9 inches
Right.
from the side lot line.
Right.
He's
And
going
what you
to,
also going, sorry,
he's going to create a 3-foot wide planting area in front of fence, or
From the house to the gate.
from the house to the gate, along the street, from house to gate.
And if I may, there might be an issue with that part. The side of the, if you look at the drawing, the front steps, just next to that is concrete, like sidewalking. It's where I happen to keep my garbage cans, and then the driveway starts. Do you want to chop that up, or?
Maybe we could just change it to the drive, to drive the,
Yeah, from the driveway to the.
width of the driveway to the fence. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Mr. Rubin?
You know what? Can I say something else? I would rather say from the back, from the driveway to the property line excluding the fence. So, because there's a section on the other side of the fence, a 4-foot section, whatever it looks like.
Yeah.
So why don't we just say from the driveway to the property line excluding the gate?
Perfect. With plantings that are to buffer to the top or above the 6-foot fence.
Minimum 6-foot plantings?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
One more thing.
We've got to widen the driveway, and then driveway will be widened 4 feet
With no curb cut.
for 20 feet in depth to end, with no expanded curb cut.
I would like to add a banister or a railing on the deck.
Now, we got the code,
Right.
Okay.
subject to all inspections.
Mr. Johnson, anything else?
Nothing from me.
No? Okay. Mr. Prince?
Sorry.
The driveway is 1 year to be completed,
Right.
that's important.
Mr. Wagner?
Good, thank you.
We're just going around the horn here. Ms. Hilaire? Mr. Oliver? And I'm gonna finish off with Ms. Brown.
just to the driveway, that it, when it, in its final finished form in the year's time, that it would be one uniform material, not two different kinds, so that it looks more pleasing?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Paved to match existing.
Very well.
Do we have a motion?
Not
I'll
yet.
make a motion.
Ms.
I'll
Brown?
make a motion.
Okay.
So I'll move that with all of these stipulations that we've just articulated, that we approve as existing, as built already.
Further, I want to say that the people who participated in the last hearing, and thus are eligible to participate in this hearing, who are here tonight, members Brown, Johnson, Dalnicki, and Wagner. Okay? So there's
Sit.
4 votes.
No, everybody is
They
eligible.
weren't here.
There were only 5 people here at the last meeting.
Right, but we had people that watched the meeting and signed certifications.
Oh, they did? Okay,
Yes.
who else is that?
So as far as I know, Ms. Brown is eligible, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Prince, Mr. Balnicki, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Tolliver, and Mr. Stivers and Ms. Hilaire, but Ms. Hilaire is alternate number 3 and would not be voted to.
Everyone's eligible. Great,
Correct.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Didn't know that, thank you.
That's okay. So Ms. Brown made that motion. I need a second.
I will second that.
Okay? Chairman, if it's okay, I'm gonna pull the board. Okay? Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Prince,
Yes.
Mr. Balnicki,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner.
No.
Let me just write that down. Ms. Tolliver,
Yes.
Mr. Stivers.
Yes.
Okay, application is approved.
Thank you for all your time and attention to the application.
Thank you, everyone.
Alrighty. Moving on, next application is the application for B under old business, application of Progressive Real Estate of New Jersey Incorporated as applicant and owner for use variance, bulk variances,
Just gonna think forever.
preliminary and final major site plan approval, and any such relief that may be required from the zoning ordinance of the Township of Bloomfield to convert a former construction contractor's office to a physician's office with associated parking, lighting, and landscaping improvements in a residential one-family R1A zone on a premises known as MAP 11, Block 252, Lot 15, better known as 320 Belleville Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, I represent the applicant in this matter.
Yes, yeah, okay,
Getting a little hoarse, but I'm going.
okay.
Should I open?
Yes,
Mr. Balnicki, members of the board, as you know, council's name is Robert Gassion, the firm is Gassion of Block 544 Union Avenue in Belleville. I represent the applicant at a professional real estate in New Jersey, INC.
I don't know why there's so much
Somebody has-
feedback.
somebody has feedback on.
Someone need to mute.
My client owns 320 Bevel Ave. He's seeking approval to use the presently vacant property as a physician's office. The property was approved as a law office in 1980. The property was used for many years by the firm of Amato and Salerno, and eventually Amato, Salerno, and Lunga, and they also had an associate at the office. Subsequent thereto, it was used as an office of a construction company. My client is seeking preliminary and final major site plan approval, as well as use and bulk variance relief to use the premises as a physician's office. The application also seeks to demolish an existing detached frame garage in the rear yard. The property is in an R1A zone and the applicant is seeking a D2 variance and a C variance for excess impervious coverage. They had 2 appearances before the Historic Preservation Committee, and there were a number of changes made as a result of that, and you will hear that information from the engineer. The witnesses you'll hear from are Dr. Ibrahim, a neurologist and the applicant in this matter, the engineer Adnan Khan, Ali Qureshi, the architect, and Bill Stimmel, the planner. I'd like to call my first witness, Dr. Ibrahim.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Rubin, before we begin, I just want everyone to understand the history of this as best I know it. I think Mr. Gassion probably knows it better than I. It was attached to the application and resolution of this board dated July 2nd, 1980, or at least the meeting of July 2nd, 1980, in which they granted a use variance to use this property, the entire building as offices. It didn't limit it to professional offices, it just simply said offices with the restriction that there were no exterior changes to the structure whatsoever. It appears to me from what I hear from Mr. Gassiano, no doubt it's true that this has been used in offices ever since. The fact that it was professional offices and moved to construction offices doesn't seem to be, to me, given the breadth of the resolution is drafted as mattering a whip. It seems to me what's going on here is they are expanding a use granted by variance because they are expanding the parking lot. And there are abundance of cases that say when you expand the use on a non-conforming use to the edge of the lot, you are expanding and you need a D2 variance. However, this is not a non-conforming use. This is a use granted by variance. My understanding of the law, and it really is a technical matter only, is that it is a D1 variance for a use granted by, to expand a use granted by variance, but it's analyzed under the D2 criteria, a less stringent criteria. So I just want to make that clear that no matter how this is, no matter how the board votes, the resolution will analyze this as an expansion of the use granted by variance, which technically is a D1, but by case law is analyzed under the D2 criteria. Again, it's a technical issue, just something that the planners and Mr. Gassiano and I really care about. From the board's perspective, you're going to hear testimony that will be no different as to the proofs, because although Mr. Gassiano said it's a D2, it will be analyzed as a D2, even though it's technically a D1. Thank you.
Okay.
I won't get into a legal discussion with Mr. Rubin because of my respect for his knowledge, but in the original application, it was thought that it wasn't even a use variance, and we were originally thought we were headed and did prepare to be in front of the planning board. Then there was a discussion with Michael and with the planner, and we determined that it was just an expansion because of the pavement expansion, the additional parking area to a D2. Michael's statement about a D1, again, what I care about is the proofs are those required under a D2, the expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming use granted by variance. So, that said, Michael, anything you have to add to what I said? You okay with what I said?
I just want to let it know, I think it's really just a technical legal issue that I just wanted to put on the record. It really has nothing to do with the substance of the application. It shouldn't alter it in any way.
Okay. So then I'd like to call Dr. Ibrahim.
Okay, let's swear him in. So can you raise your right hand, Dr. Ibrahim? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you just state your name for the record, please?
Ayman Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Doctor, what is your occupation?
I'm a neurologist.
And what is your current business address?
194 Broad Street in Bloomfield.
And for how long has your office been located at Broad Street?
6.5 years.
And are there any other doctors practicing with you at this time?
No.
And would you have the same kind of business operation if this application is approved at 320 Belleville Avenue?
Yes, correct.
And is there a nurse practitioner who serves with you?
Yes, I do have a nurse practitioner that works mostly in the hospital and sees patients sometimes in the office.
But you have no other doctors with you, you are alone?
I do not have any other doctors.
And approximately how many employees do you have?
Currently in the office, I have 4 and full-time and 2 on a part-time.
And would that be the maximum at any one time, 6, or would it be something less than that?
That would be the maximum.
And when did you buy 320 Belleville Avenue?
In October of 2018.
And what was the reason for your purchase?
To convert it to a medical office so I can move my office from Broad Street to that location.
And if this application were to be approved, would you add any doctors to your office?
Not as far as my knowledge, no, I will not. I will stay as it is now.
And would you explain how the nurse practitioner assists you?
So the nurse practitioner, she's a provider. She helps me with Clara Mass Hospital most of the time. And on a infrequent basis, if I get so busy, she comes and helps me in the office as well. And she sees patients on her own.
I'm sorry. And what are your hours of operation?
Monday to Friday from 9 to 5.
And can you approximate how many patients you would see on an hourly basis?
Between 3 and 4.
And there are a number of rooms. Can you explain to the board why you need the number of rooms that are shown on the plans?
So as a neurologist, I perform some testing during the visit, not just seeing the patient themselves. So after I see the patient, sometimes if require testing, we have some testing ability in the office. So that's why I required a little bit more room to facilitate the quick flow of the patients in the office and not to have to wait for a long time.
Would there be any patients on the second floor of your office building?
Now, the second floor is just for administrative offices only.
And are there a lot of neurologists in the area?
As far as my knowledge in the Bloomfield area, there is me and one more neurologist that I think he's on close to the retirement age.
And when you say the Bloomfield area, you're including towns around Bloomfield also, are you not?
Correct.
And how will your trash be handled, including medical waste?
So we don't have a lot of medical waste. Being a neurologist, I don't provide procedures that requires a lot of medical waste, but I will actually hire a private company to take care of my trash and my medical waste.
So you'll have private scavengers for your trash, and you'll have someone who stops on a regular basis with regard to any medical waste?
Correct. We do that currently.
And there's a couple of parking spaces immediately adjacent to the building. How will they be used?
You mean the one on the side of the building?
Yes. Will they be used for your employees?
For me and my staff only.
And how frequently do you get deliveries at your office?
Delivery is not that frequent at all. We don't require a big deliveries. It's just a regular FedEx and UPS, not that frequent at all. For office supplies.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of the doctor.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for the doctor?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. There is also a third floor and a basement level on this house, and I was just wondering if you could describe the uses, the intended uses for those floors.
So the basement, we have one, we divided the basement to a area for storage, and the other area we have it for lounge for the staff to, for lunch and things like this, but nothing more than that. The third floor, I designate that it's an attic, area, but it's a high-raised attic. So I designed this is for my billing staff to do my billing up there. So it's an open area, so we can have some files to be put there for them to use, and it's going to be all used for administrative work as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Doctor? Anyone from the public ask the doctor a question?
I do not see, I don't see anybody's hands raised, no.
Did I call my next witness, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Khan.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Khan, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you just state your name for the record, please?
It's Adnan Khan, A-D-N-A-N-K-H-A-N.
Thank you.
Mr. Khan, what is your occupation and where do you maintain your practice?
I'm a civil engineer. I work in engineering, 150 River Road, Bloomfield, New Jersey, 07014.
How long have you been practicing in the field of engineering?
Over 30 years now.
From what school did you graduate and what degree did you obtain?
Got a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's in construction management from NJIT. I've been a professional engineer in 4 states, including New Jersey. My license is current. I'm a certified municipal engineer in the state of New Jersey. Testified over hundreds of boards and also testified in the Superior Court as an expert witness, and I have appeared in front of this board previously.
Mr. Chairman, I submit that Mr. Khan is qualified as an expert in the field of engineering.
Board, any questions? Seeing none, we'll accept Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
Khan, did you prepare the engineering site plan for the proposed revision of 320 Bevel Avenue, Bloomfield?
Yes, I did.
And would you review the location of the property?
Okay. What I shared right now is the survey, property survey. This is the survey that was submitted as part of the application. So this is I'm going to go over the existing conditions, what the property looks as of now. This is day one. Okay.
And marked into evidence.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. This survey is prepared by Eric Silvestro, and it's signed on March 15th, 2020. Okay, what this survey is basically its existing condition. And like the property located at the intersection of Broadway Avenue and Elm Street, it's a corner lot. Currently, there is a 2.5-story building on the property with an attached garage. It's the owners on the property. There is a considerable amount of pavement or driveway in front of the garage going more than my hand, as you can see, which can accommodate at least I would say about 6 to 7 cars outside of the garage. Then also what we have in here is there are 2 accesses to the site. The main entrance is from Elm Street. There is an existing 37-feet curb cut, which is pretty much the width of the existing driveway, which allows the vehicle to come in to Elm Street. However, there is also an access easement on Belleville Avenue, a 12-feet wide access easement that is granted to our client here, that is located on lot 17, which allows a vehicle entering from Belleville Avenue and utilizing this section of the property currently in the past previous owner used to have other parking spaces for the dwelling. The topography of the site is it's like slopes, and everything, the high point is at the northwestern corner of the property, and the property goes down from that corner towards Elm Street, as it goes towards the east, and the same thing from the western property line, it goes down to Elm Street. So this is our existing condition.
Would you describe the proposed site plan, reviewing the changes that you propose?
We know the entire set is E2, and if you could just identify each by its number as you speak to it, that would be helpful. A2 is the site plan, set of site plan drawings that we submitted as part of the original application. The original date on it is a 30th. Let me just go to the next one. It's dated July 22nd, 2020. Okay. And in the center. So this, I'm looking at sheet C-02 right now, and the picture to the left.
Repeat that sheet number for the attorney's record if you would.
So C-02.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking at the picture on your screen right now is the left side of the sheet, which depicts the proposed conditions as to what the improvements the applicant is proposing. One thing I just want to mention, and I think Mr. Gresham touched it, that this property is located in historical district, and we went through a couple of meetings with historical commission and made some changes, and I'm going to go over those changes as we move along. So we were, and again, as part of this proposal, we are not proposing any changes, any exterior changes to the building. So the building footprint remains the same, the exterior materials will remain the same, the only renovations and improvements that are proposed are all internal. So as I mentioned earlier, like again, we are utilizing both the driveways that currently exist, one from Elm Street, which will serve the major parking area, which is located to the south of the property. And what we are proposing here is the demolition of the existing garage. So the garage is going to be demolished, and we are adding some pavement area. If you look at the hand that I'm going to move on the screen, this is the old pavement area around the right hand. So we are proposing an addition of pavement area to accommodate 6 additional parking spaces to the south of the property. The parking
While you're discussing the additional parking spaces, can you review the drainage as it relates to that change in coverage?
Yes. If I go to the right side of the same sheet, which is our grading and drainage plan. So what we are proposing again is we're not changing the grades of the site. The one thing that we are proposing here, which currently doesn't exist, is any stormwater management. Currently, any runoff from the site is surface runoff all the way to it goes to the Elm Street. Pretty much it discharges on Elm Street. So what we are proposing is we are curbing the entire parking area, the proposed parking area to the south. And we introducing a trench drain at the opening of the driveway, which runs across the width of the driveway, to capture any runoff from the new parking area. We are also proposing a drive out, which is designed for 100 years from event to capture the runoff from 100 years from event. And all the roof leaders from the existing building, as well as any runoff from the parking area, will be collected through the trench drain and through roof leaders into the drive out. So in other words, instead of, the current condition is just testified, everything is undetained to Elm Street. What we are doing is we are collecting all this runoff and bringing it into the stormwater system to manage on site rather than having a sheet flow runoff on Elm Street. So this is an improvement, overall improvement to the site.
And while you have that on the screen, can you review the landscape changes?
Actually, let me just finish up the improvement that we proposed, as far as the driveway, the parking. So what again, as part of this application is to the west of the existing building, by the access easement, we are proposing 3 parking spaces, parallel parking spaces, 10 feet wide by 22 feet long. And these 3 parking spaces will be designated as employee parking. So when employee comes in the morning, they can park there, and then when the office is closed, they can just leave the cars out. The area to the south is designed for the patients, and mostly the patients like to come in and park their car when their appointment is, and then leave. Overall, we are proposing 13 parking spaces, including the 3 to the side of the building, with one accessible handicap parking space, which is provided to the south side of the parking area. And then again, a total of 8 parking spaces in the south area. The placement of the handicap accessible parking space is set close enough because in order to access or make the building handicap accessible, we need to propose a ramp, ADA compliant ramp for any person using a wheelchair or a stretcher. They can be conveyed from the parking lot, from the car into the building through the handicap ramp into the building. So this is the direct route for handicap parking spaces to get into the building. And one other reason where we have the handicap space proposed in this area is, it is my opinion, I think of the discussion with the doctor also receives sometimes patients which uses medical transport service, and they sometimes come on a stretcher. They need a stretcher to take them in and out of the building. So this area what we left here is for any medical transport service when they are bringing in a patient, especially a patient on in a stretcher. They will unload the patient in this area and then use the ramp to go inside the building. And then, of course, once they do that, they will utilize one of these spaces to park their car. So it's more like a row of the patients who need critical care.
Can I interrupt you and have you go back to the spaces on the side of the building and exactly how those would be accessed and how the people would get out of those spaces, in and out?
Sure. As I mentioned, there is a 14.64 feet curb cut on the 11. The easement, the access easement is 12 feet. And I think we are showing the outline of from the building on the lot 17 runs around in this area. So the area in the back of lot 17 is all utilized is the parking space for lot 17 with a backup aisle for the cars coming in and out of lot 17. So the way the previous owners of this property utilize this space is like they park the cars parallel and they utilize this area for circulation and turning around and leaving to Pennsylvania. So that's the same pattern that these 3 parking spaces will also utilize coming in and out from these spaces.
Anything further with regard to the parking and ingress and egress?
No, I think that is pretty much it, and also just want to mention that we are proposing a trash enclosure, 6x6 with trash enclosure, and we're also proposing a wood fence along the property line, 6-foot high wood fence, which runs from, I would say, southeastern end of the building area, runs along the property line, and ends to the southern property with the adjacent building.
Then coming back to the discussion with regard to the greenery, landscape.
Sure. We are proposing a considerable amount of greenery on the property, and again, I have moved down to sheet C-43, which is our landscape and lighting plan. So in this plan, you will see like this circle, and the trees are current. These are all evergreen trees that we are planting, approximately, I believe, 17 of them. Let me just the picture. 16. So we're proposing about 16 evergreen trees consisting of knowledge, green, and arborvitae. That is going to screen the parking area, portion of the parking area from Elm Street and from the adjacent properties to the south and to the west. While we are discussing the landscaping, I also want to touch base, like some of this layout was revised at least once based on a comment from Historical Commission. Originally, we had one additional space, which was next to this handicap space, but based on a comment from Historical Commission, they want to see more greenery and more like a blending of buffering. So what we did is like we eliminated one of the parking space close to Elm Street and converted that into the green space. Also, as part of the buffering, we had a fence along, as I mentioned earlier, along the western and southern property line. We only proposed a final fence, but based on the input from South Commission, we wanted to make it more naturally clear, so we changed that from vinyl to wood fence. So it's going to be a wood fence that's going to be on the property right here. One of the major changes that we made was again as far as the lighting, that the mix of pole-mounted light fixtures and building-mounted light fixtures. And one of the comments we had from Historical Commission, they don't want one of those typical box-type lighting. So they asked us to find a historical compatible fixture. So what we came up with is this kind of a fixture for the pole-mounted, which is much more historical looking, and it was actually liked by the Historical Commission, and they okayed the usage of this fixture. And again, on the light fixture, and again to the right of the sheet, you see like here, you have the wall-mounted light fixtures. All the lighting is all LED. They are full color light fixtures, and again, I will give you the pointing heights. The pole-mounted light fixtures are 10 feet high, the building-mounted fixtures are 8 feet high. So the idea there is like to minimize any spillage across the property line based on this lighting design.
Mr. Khan, you discussed the parking and ingress and egress. Can you tell us if the parking complies with the municipal requirements for spaces?
It does, and we're going to go over, as Dr. testified, the one doctor was the practitioner who is not there all the time. So we took the worst case scenario, like it could be the case where the doctor is there, the nurse practitioner is taking care of the patient as well. So we counted as 2 practitioners at a given time. So based on the municipal ordinance, for each practitioner we required 4 spaces. So what we did is like the requirement that we came up with in the worst case scenario is 8 parking spaces. However, we are proposing 13 spaces, so we comply with the parking requirement.
Are there any bulk violations, or in particular, what is the percentage of lot coverage?
Okay, there is I think one pre-existing non-conformity, which is the front yard, and that is for the existing building. Since we are changing or adding anything to the building, so that is the pre-existing non-conformity. The only variance that is introduced as part of this application is the lot coverage. The requirement in the zone is 45%. Existing is again is over 45, is 45.91%, and we are proposing 64.82%. So that is the variance that we are seeking for the workers' lot.
And that, of course, allows for the additional parking spaces, is that correct?
That is correct, and again, we are mitigating that with the stormwater management, to capture any runoff for the additional impervious from the site, and then also capture the runoff from the existing.
Is there any site signage, Mr. Khan?
Yes, and for that, I'm going to go to exhibit that we prepared for historical commission, and I will mark that as A3, I believe. Okay.
Michael, is that okay, or have you marked each of these pages?
I believe this whole set was marked.
This is a definition.
Okay.
From the plan. But I think it's appropriate to mark it as a separate exhibit.
That would be A3.
Okay, thank you.
So what A3 is the sign exhibit that we prepared for the historic commission, which they do. What this depicts is the proposed signage. Let me just do it in the front. Originally, there, let me just figure it out here. Originally, there was a freestanding sign for the previous business on the property. So what we're doing, and again, the sign, I think, got damaged and it's been gone now, or if you drive through in front of the property, you see there's the two posts sticking out of the ground. So what we are proposing is to replace that sign with another 400 sign, not 400, freestanding sign, and it will look like something this with approximate area and the message that it will show on the plan. So that sign will go, and we'll be looking at the existing signs. So these posts that you see in the picture on the exhibit, these were the posts where the old sign was. So this sign is going, these posts will replace this freestanding sign. With this, and it complies with the zoning requirements, it's, the message area is about 6 square feet, and it's 2 on both sides. So this is one of the signs that we're proposing. Then there is the second sign that we are proposing is that will go on top of the existing entrance to the building. And just to give a brief update, like the changes that reflected, originally we were proposing a wall-mounted sign on top of the door. With the beige color to blend with the building, but the historic commission didn't like that. And they said that they don't like to see any additional sign on top of the door on the building. So based on their input, what we did is we changed that sign into lettering on glass doors, since the door is going to be a glass door for the building, and it will be just lettering and with a message with the name of the doctor and a message saying it's sufficient. So this is the second sign that is agreed upon with the historic commission. And the third sign is more like a wayfinding sign, which will be mounted, and it's only about 18 inches high from the ground, and it's 18 inches in width and 1 feet tall. It just is a directional sign telling the patients when they come in the parking lot which way to go in order to enter. And this will be noted as a handicap ramp here for both. So those are the 3 signs that
Mr. Khan, you touched on the lighting. Is there anything further you want to comment with regard to the lighting?
No, I believe, I think I explained everything, the pictures, originally, as I said, they had one of those downward LED pictures, but based on the comment we got from Historical Commission, we changed them to historical looking light poles, so they were addressed as part of the input from the Historical Commission.
Have you reviewed the Township consulting engineer and traffic engineer's reports?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any comments with regard to those reports?
No, I think most of them we can comply. I don't see any issue. Just one thing I just want to bring it to the attention of everybody. According to the municipal municipal design requirements, they ask for hairpin style parking spaces. However, the traffic engineering report says that they would rather see them as typical standard painted lines. We don't have any issue with that as far as replacing the hairpin parking with the standard parking line. But I just want to point it out that the way the parking is shown is based on what is the requirement by in the work.
I have no further questions of Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Gassion. Board members, any questions for Mr. Khan?
I'm gonna need Mr. Khan to unshare the screen so I can just take a peek.
Okay.
Perfect. No, that's okay.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Khan?
I don't see anybody's hands. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Williams.
So, one other thing I just want to clarify also. Again, as I testified, like the existing curb cut on Elm Street is 37 feet. And there was another recommendation by Historic Commission, they asked us like if we need 37 feet, because originally we were using the entire existing curb cut. So they recommend us to reduce the width of that entry or the curb cut. So now the proposed curb cut on Elm Street will be 30 feet instead of 37.
Okay.
Mr. Williams had a question.
Mr. Williams? All right, Mr. Williams?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mr. Khan, good evening, my friend, I like the beard.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice seeing you.
Couple of questions, Mr. Khan. You mentioned the additional spaces were the primary reason for the extra lot coverage. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Based on the applicant's testimony that there are no immediate plans to expand his practice, can you just tell us, and this may be more appropriate for your applicant if you can't explain, what's the rationale for the extra spaces which triggers the lot coverage variance?
I think it is my understanding, as the applicant explained to us the operation, that usually they schedule the patients like such a way that there is not recommendations at a given time in the parking lot or with the assistant. Sometimes the patients are there and the care of the people who either pick or drop them, they use others, stay in the cars and depart there. And sometimes it happens the medical transport. There are a couple of medical transports that come to bring the patient. So we just try to give us a little bit cushion so that they don't overfill all of the space, so that we have enough room for all those scenarios.
Thank you. And your planner will talk about the proofs for the requested relief, in this case, the C variance for lot coverage. But was it your testimony that the extra lot coverage is offset by the introduction of the stormwater management system?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just one more, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Khan, in terms of the stall sizes, do you feel that the stall sizes that are proposed are adequate and will make for safe maneuverability on the site?
Yeah, it is in my opinion, because again, what we are proposing is like 9 by 18 spaces in the parking area, which is a engineering standard, and also as mentioned in RSIS, which is a pretty, I would say, reasonable size for any cars. So I think in my opinion, that will be adequate for this site, as well as the backup areas. We have an area where we only have a backup of 21 feet, where 24 feet is required.
Yeah.
So, but still, in my opinion, the cars can still maneuver around. Maybe they might have to take an additional step to come in and go in and out. But I think 21, even as low as 20 feet, a car can maneuver in the area.
Okay. Thank you. And last question, Mr. Chairman, I may have lied. One more question. Mr. Khan, in your opinion, have you met all of the recommendations from the Historic Commission?
You did, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Fishinger, our traffic consultant, comments?
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so Mike doesn't yell at me, why don't you swear me in now?
Okay. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
And again, for the record, it's Joe Fishinger with Brightview Engineering. Mr. Khan, just a few quick clarification questions. Between the 3 parallel parking spaces and then the 2 we'll say perpendicular spaces, is there a fence between them? I wasn't clear if the fence separates those or not.
No, there is no fence in that area. Like where the 2 parking spaces and the 3 spaces are, there is no fence.
Right. Next question regarding trash pickup. Do you see a garbage truck pulling onto the site to pick up trash, or will the cans be taken to the curb?
I think it will be a curbside pickup because again, as the doctor mentioned, they don't generate that much waste. They would need a container within the trash enclosure, that's why we selected the size. So for just enough for like a 55-gallon containers maybe for recyclables and the general trash, and they will be picked up and placed on the curbside pickup.
Okay. And my last item, and this is more of a comment, which is why to be sworn in, regarding the hairpin striping on the parking. My intent of that comment, for the benefit of the board, is just to try to limit the commercial appearance of this property. That I'm in the commercial area, I agree, I prefer the hairpin striping, but given where it is in the proximity to the residential and it being a historic building, I think this is a case where less striping is better, that we definitely need striping to designate the parking spaces, but I don't want to overdo it. I don't think the stop bar and the word stop and the in and out arrows and the hairpin striping is all necessary. I think that just makes the built property look even more commercial than it needs to. That's all my questions for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Marucci? Mr. Marucci is raising his hand.
Again, just a couple of questions, and actually it's to both Mr. Khan and also to Mr. Fishinger. The backup aisle, those two parking spaces that Mr. Fishinger just spoke about, that are perpendicular to the building. The backup aisle is only 21 feet. I'll ask Joe the same question. Do you see a problem with that? I had recommended maybe 2 compact spaces there to provide a little bit more backup aisle.
And actually, Anthony, my review letter concurred with yours. I agree with you. They should be designated as compact spaces.
Again, provide a little bit more backup aisle there.
Right, just to give them a little bit more room to maneuver.
And I think we can do that.
I don't like a lot of signage, but where the 3 parallel spaces are next to the building, again, that was one of my recommendations, that they should be for staff only. But should there be some type of signage there to make sure that people from the other property don't park there?
If the board requires, we can put a sign there, but usually that area, I mean, like, the main entrance to the building and the parking is from Elm Street. So unless somebody by mistake takes that turn and come in, those spots will be out of sight, out of mind for a general public. But again, the building.
I'm not talking about the general public, I'm talking about people from the other building at number 17.
Yeah.
So I just, it's a matter of policing that.
We can provide those everybody parking signs there.
The other directional sign, I mean, this is a residential zone. That directional sign, is that actually necessary? I mean, the walkway is the only walkway to get into the building from the parking lot. I'm just in some cases trying to eliminate signage. I understand that you need the freestanding sign, you need the sign on the door, but that directional sign, is that necessary? Again, it's a residential zone.
I think that's a question for the applicant. I think he can explain why there's a need for it. But again, there is a sign that we did discuss considerably in the fire commission. And as far as the size and the height, that was discussed and agreed by the fire commission, that is much less intrusive than like a little bit bigger sign and things like that. But as far as the need, I will defer to Dr.
I understand the historic commission, but again, we're in an R1A zone, and this requires variances. I mean, again, it's an R1A zone. You're right, there was a freestanding sign there before, but we're adding more signage now, and it's again, it's an R1A zone.
If we ask Dr. Ibrahim if he thinks that signage is necessary, Mr. Marucci?
I'm sorry?
Can we ask Dr. Ibrahim if he thinks that signage is necessary?
Sure.
Doctor?
Yes, actually, the main reason for that sign in the parking lot, because that building has a door that comes out from the basement to the parking lot. That door is gonna be behind the trash area, right, on the one that we are proposing. So, well, our idea was to put the sign, my patients most of them are elderly, and half of them are like sometimes confused. So I don't want to add more confusion to them where they are going, and they end up going into a basement or try to knock on a door in a basement, and instead of going to the right direction to the ramp all the way to the door. But if the board requires that we take that sign out, I don't think it's a problem.
It was really just a comment more than, it's up to the board. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marucci. Anybody from the public? Oh,
I don't see anyone.
okay, no takers.
Nope.
Okay, Mr. Gassion? can you
That's
pop
my
on?
next witness.
Oh, wait, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah,
Mr. Wagner?
Mr. Prince as well, he beat me to it.
Okay.
He has the hand up.
Oh, I see that. When he said the public, I apologize.
Mr. Prince?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment was just about the additional sign. Having had a neurological issue at one time myself, having a sign telling me where to go really takes a lot off the nerve. So I really don't have too much of an issue with that, in particular when dealing with a neurological condition. And the other question that I had was already answered, so I have nothing more.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner?
Yes, I think it should be a quick question for Mr. Khan. For the lighting, it says that in the historic, the resolution of the historic.
Mr. Wagner, you're cutting out a little bit. I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
There you go.
So my question was with regards to the lights. The motion detection based on the resolution from the Historic Commission, but since the hours are 9 to 5, and given that it is an ROA zone, is there a timer on those lights that they do not engage, or are they required to be engaged since they're in a parking lot?
No, there will be a timer to control the timing of it. However, the parking area, we want to just keep on safety lighting during the night time, which can be easily accomplished by just going the light on that side of the building towards the park. And the rest of the light poles can be shut off in the evening.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
I have one comment, Mr. Khan, regarding the signs. Mr. Marucci brought up, it's a residential area, less is better. Whatever signage is put up for either for staff only for the cars or main entrance, if it could be considered to have those signs the same design as the front sign, keeping in with the Historical Society mode instead of just a square sign, if that could be considered.
Yeah, I don't see an issue there. I think it can be, and I think that's a good suggestion because they're dealing with the site in the area. So yeah, that can be accomplished.
Thank you. Mr. Gassion?
Should I call my next witness, Mr. Koresh?
Ollie? Yes.
Yes. Mr. Prince, are you done speaking?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I am very sorry.
That's about inadvertently, I think.
Okay, yeah, just put that hand down for us, so I don't think you're looking for... Thank you. Okay, you can continue, Mr. Gassion.
I'd like to call my architect, Ali Qureshi.
Okay, where's Mr. Qureshi?
He's there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I had to get focus here. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Ali Qureshi, it's spelled as ALI Qureshi,
Thank you,
And
Mr. Qureshi.
And I work from home, which is at 236 Grandview Avenue, North Corridor, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Mr. Qureshi, what is your occupation and how long have you been practicing it?
I'm a licensed architect. I finished school 38 years ago, and I've been a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey since 1993.
From what school did you graduate and what degree do you take?
I have a Bachelor's of Architecture from Pakistan and a Master's of Architecture from University of Idaho.
And as you said, you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey at the present time. And have you testified previously before zoning boards and planning boards?
Yes, I did on several occasions on different municipalities and in front of Bloomfield as well.
And you've been accepted as an expert in the field of architecture on each and every occasion?
Yes, I was.
Chairman, I submit that Mr. Qureshi is qualified to testify in the field of architecture.
Board, do you have any comments? Seeing none, we accept him as your expert.
Thank you. Mr. Qureshi, would you describe the existing structure on the site?
Well, it's an existing building, like all of us know. What all we're doing is just the interior alterations. Most of the lower building walls are kept intact, and there are few walls which are removed. So as a result, we have 5 exam rooms, 2 private offices, 1 business office, a waiting area, and 2 handicap toilets, 1 for the patients and 1 for the staff. And the building footprint remains the same. There is no expansion to the building. And as well as the exterior appearance will remain exactly the same. That was the requirement of the historical commission. And other than that, the existing garage has been demolished. So other than that, we are providing some office area on the 2nd and 3rd floors, which will only be used by the staff. And the basement, a part of the basement will also be converted into a small staff lunchroom, which will be approximately 370 square feet. If you know the areas of basement is around 1,330 square feet, out of which 370 will be used for the staff, the rest will be unfinished storage area. Ground floor existing is 2195, 2nd floor is 1238, and 3rd floor is 395 square feet.
Qureshi, I think just if you would describe the offices on the 1st floor, the one that will be used extensively.
Okay, there are 2 private offices. One will be for the doctor himself, and the other one will be for a nurse practitioner. And the main business office will be for the billing people or the people who receive the patients, like the reception area. And the rest of the areas are 5 exam rooms, like doctor explained it to you, that he needs these many exam rooms so he can put the patients to different tests. And 2 toilet rooms, which are both handicap accessible. And as far as the plumbing requirement is concerned, they are enough for this occupancy.
And there'll be no additions to the building, is that correct?
Yes, there are no additions to the building.
And the exterior will remain the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Qureshi.
Thank you. Can I just ask one question? Is the ADA ramp existing or is that being added?
It's proposed.
Okay, so that's a change to the exterior, correct?
Yes, it is. And we did actually do some renderings for the Historic Commission, and they approved that ramp.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Board members, any questions? Mr. Qureshi, the architect?
Mr. Williams has his hand up.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Qureshi, good evening to you, sir. Very quick question. I understand the garage is being removed or demolished. Do you have an opinion as to why it's being demolished? And secondly, does the removal of the garage enhance the aesthetic of the site?
Well,
If I could, obviously the second question he can answer. The first question was answered by the architect, Mr. Williams, by the engineer, Mr. Williams, I believe.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
So if you could answer the second question, please, Mr. Qureshi.
yes, it will definitely be a big improvement for the aesthetic of the building. I think this garage was not part of the original design, so it was just stuck there later on. So removing it will definitely bring the building back to its historic glory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Board members, any questions?
I don't see any hands.
Um,
No.
Okay, call my next witness, Mr. Chairman.
Let me, Mr. Marucci, any questions?
No, the doctor answered my questions. As long as there's only one doctor and the nurse practitioner, then the parking works, so I have no questions of the architect.
Okay, and Mr. Fishinger?
I don't have any questions for the architect either, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cassian, you can bring your next witness.
Thank you. Mr. Stimmel.
Okay, Mr. Stimmel, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
William Stimmel, Stimmel.
Thank you, Mr. Stimmel.
Mr. Chairman, obviously, Mr. Stimmel testified previously before this board as recently as an hour ago. Is it acceptable to take him as a planner? He obviously is not the engineer, but can we accept him as an expert in the field of planning?
Mr. Rubin, opinion?
I don't see why not. You qualified as a planner in for the last hearing.
Right.
Well, there's no reason why you can't qualify as a planner for this hearing.
Mr. Cassian, we accept.
Thank you. Mr. Stimmel, would you review the zoning ordinance as it applies to this site?
Certainly. The subject property is located in the R1A single-family residential zone. The principal permitted uses in the zone, as you might expect, are single-family dwellings. It also allows for public parks and playgrounds, and has accessory uses that are customarily incidental to the use permitted herein.
Can you please review the D2 variance as explained at the outset of this case by Mr. Rubin?
Right, the determination has been made that due to the expansion of the parking area, the applicant requires a D1 variance because the...
A D2 variance. A D2 variance.
I'm working with the explanation given by Mr. Rubin. The D1 variance is required because the site was approved for an office use back in, I believe it was 1980, by way of a use variance. Because of the expansion of the parking area, it's been determined that this constitutes an expansion of that use, technically requiring D1 variance, but as stated by Mr. Rubin, the proofs would be the same as for a D2 variance, the expansion of an lawfully existing non-conforming use. The standard of proof for a D2 is a little bit less than that for a D1. The applicant doesn't need to justify that a new D1 variance would be granted for the proposed expansion as if it were new to the area. Frequently for D2 applications, the applicant can demonstrate that allowing the requested variance relief would minimize the nonconformity and make it more acceptable to the surroundings. The interesting thing about this application is that primarily this is driven by the expansion of the parking area. The site as it exists has parking. There's 3 parking spaces located to the west of the building in a parallel configuration and 4 spaces behind the building where you pull in directly off of Elm Street. The applicant understood his practice, having been a neurologist practicing as such in the area for a long period of time, knows his practice better than we all do most likely, realized that he'd need more parking than what's required by the ordinance. The ordinance requires 8 spaces, as shown on Mr. Khan's plan and confirmed by Mr. Marucci's review. The site currently has 7 parking spaces, so if the existing parking configuration were maintained, the applicant would be here for a C variance for parking deficiency rather than the D variance, but he knows his business and didn't want to put that burden of the additional parking onto the surrounding residential neighborhood, so he took on the lift of having to get the D variance and also the expense of expanding the parking area to provide what I think is a better plan and a better application. So the special reasons as it relates to this case, I found 3 purposes of zoning that were advanced. The first is purpose A, which is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. As has been testified to, we are going to maintain an established historic site. We've received the approval from the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission with amendments made to the plan to reflect some of the comments from the commission. I think certainly it maintains the aesthetics of the building and promotes an attractive redevelopment of the property. We're reusing also an existing vacant commercial property. It had been an attorney's office for quite some period of time. It was more recently used by a contractor, but had been vacant since Dr. Ibrahim purchased the property, and we will be reoccupying and reusing it. Purpose I, which is to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. In addition to the, cleaning up the property, providing the landscaping, the applicant is removing the vehicles associated with the commercial use from the public street, and the expanded parking area will be screened by landscaping to be more harmonious with the surrounding residential neighborhood. When the site is not open for business, it's going to appear to be a large, well-maintained historic residence with nice landscaping and a small parking area at the rear. I think it really will fit in well with the surrounding area. And then purpose J, which is to promote the conservation of historic sites and districts, open space, energy resources, renewable resources, and to prevent urban sprawl and degradation of the environment through improper use of the land. And again, this goes back to the site being located in the historic overlay zone and the fact that we have obtained the approval from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Would you review the negative criteria?
Yes, certainly. The second part of the variance proof is the negative criteria, that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, and that granting the requested variance relief will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Mr. Khan had spoken about it, Mr. Gassion spoke about it in his opening, but really, as a use is concerned, this is a lateral move from the contractor's from the attorney's office originally to the contractor's office and now to the doctor's office. The zoning ordinance doesn't really differentiate between the three. There will be no impact to traffic associated with the redevelopment. The parking requirement will be met and in fact exceeded on the site. There will be limited impact to utilities. The medical office will be used on weekdays during normal business hours. And again, practically speaking, this will appear to be a large, well-maintained residential structure on weekends and evenings. The proposed use also could be said is not inconsistent with the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zone ordinance. From the Bloomfield Ordinance 315-2A is to plan and guide the appropriate use or development of all land in a manner which will promote public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Reiterating the first purpose of the municipal land use law. It goes on to say, by regulating the location of buildings, establishing standards of development, establishing setback lines of buildings designed for residential, commercial, industrial, office, or other uses, and by fixing reasonable standards to which the buildings or structures shall conform. The site as it exists generally conforms to the bulk requirements. Will continue to do so aside from that deviation from the coverage standard which Mr. Khan spoke about. I'm just going to cite a few plans from the 2002 master plan. Purpose 2 under the land use objectives was to strengthen commercial districts by encouraging a mix of uses that provides employment, retail opportunities, services, and entertainment. Purpose 7 is to provide for adequate parking, to serve established residential and commercial areas, and to incorporate adequate parking into new development. Certainly this is a redevelopment, but it's important still to provide the required amount of parking, and the applicant really is going out of his way to do that. And purpose 9 is to address quality of life issues resulting from land use conflicts, intensive commercial and industrial uses, increases in residential density, and vacant or underutilized parcels, and limited parking in residential commercial districts. And again, the vacant parcel and the limited parking in the residential district here is the relevant portion for this application.
Would you review the C variance involved with this application?
Sure, there's an existing nonconformity for the building. The front yard setback is required to be 25 feet. 18.9 feet is existing and proposed. That's an existing condition which isn't being touched by this application. There's a new C variance associated with the application, which is the maximum lot or impervious coverage. 45% is permitted, 45.91 is existing, and 64.83 is proposed. There's no change to the building footprint. That increase in coverage is due to the increased parking area, which is proposed to try to minimize the impact of the use on the surrounding residential neighborhood. The applicant is going to install significant drainage improvements to offset that increase in coverage and screen the additional parking area with landscaping from the side street.
Can I just...
further with...
I just want to interrupt 1 second and just let everybody know that Ms. Tolliver had to leave, so Ms. Hilaire will be voting on this applications from here on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further with regard to the C variance and the negative criteria as it affects the C variance?
Nothing. I don't believe that variance for impervious coverage is going to have a substantial detriment to the public good or substantially impair the master plan and zoning ordinance. If there's a minor deviation from the standard as it exists, it will be increased, but it will be also offset by the public benefit derived by taking that parking off of the street, by the drainage improvements, and by the additional landscaping.
Any comments with regard to design waivers mentioned by the Nishawayne Group in their letter to the board?
The waivers, I think, were spoken to some extent by Mr. Khan. I'll just run through them quickly. This is from the March 18th review from Mr. Williams' office. The first is minimum distance from the property line. For parking where 5 feet is required, 0 is proposed adjacent to the multi-tenant office use. This is an existing condition which is being maintained. The minimum dimension of parking spaces, end-to-end parking spaces are required to be 8 by 23, while 8 by 22 is proposed. It's a slight deviation from the standard. It's going to be used for employee parking. Actually, those parking spaces are currently or were previously used by the contractor for employee parking, and that pattern will be maintained. I think the idea there is having the employees in those spaces minimizes the turnover. You have people that get used to it pulling in and out of the same slightly undersized space every day. Don't anticipate a significant safety issue with that. Minimum size of the aisles, a 24-foot aisle width is required. 21 feet was what was proposed. Based on a comment from Mr. Fishinger, I believe the engineer has agreed to revise the plan to provide compact car parking for the 2 parking spaces adjacent to the rear of the building, which will increase that aisle. I don't believe it would make it compliant, but would probably bring it up to 23 feet. 23 feet is generally functionally acceptable, although slightly undersized. Parking location in residential zones, no front yard parking is permitted, whereas one ADA parking space is proposed within the front yard along Elm Street. Again, the ADA parking and the parking lot as a whole will be screened. As the parking is laid out right now, you could conceivably park in that front yard area. So to an extent, that's an existing condition which is being maintained, if not improved upon. Maximum driveway width in the residential zone, 22 feet is permitted, 37 feet is proposed. I believe, if I heard Mr. Khan correctly, his revised plan has reduced that dimension somewhat to 32 feet, based on a comment from the Historic Commission, so we're improving on that existing condition. Access drives to non-residential parking lots, where 12-foot width is allowed for one-way, 14.64 feet is proposed, and 24 feet for two-way driveway, 32 feet is proposed. Again, that's an existing condition which is being maintained or improved upon. And then finally, the signage in the residential zone, or a maximum of 3 square feet is allowed, 6 square feet is proposed. The doctor, I think, provided some functional testimony as to the need for that to better serve his patients with their physical limitations. And I would hope that the board would be open to that comment or that suggestion, but it's, for the most part, the signage on the property is an existing condition which is being maintained.
And those are design waivers and not variances, and for the greater part of them, there's improvement as opposed to being made more difficult. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you just review with the board your ultimate conclusion with regard to this application?
Certainly, I think this application is going to be beneficial to the surrounding neighborhood. You've got a property which has a long-standing use as an office. The change from the attorney's office to the contractor's office to the doctor's office, hopefully if this is approved, has been made over time, but it's largely a lateral move. The site has been operating as an office for 40-plus years. The applicant intends to maintain that type of operation. He's making significant improvements to the rear parking area to provide the benefit of taking additional cars off of the street. It frees up parking for the residents and also decreases the amount of traffic circulating through the neighborhood for people that might be hunting for a parking space. There's drainage improvements, lighting improvements, landscaping improvements. And also notably, the site is in the Historic District, and the Historic Commission has granted their approval of the application. So those are all the benefits. The negatives of the application, to be honest with you, I don't see any. The site largely conforms to the zoning standards now and will continue to do so in the future, with the one exception being that deviation from the coverage standard. And again, that's offset by the drainage and landscaping and the benefit derived in taking the parking off of the street.
And one last question, is the use consistent with other uses on Belleville Avenue in this general area?
It's an interesting neighborhood. I go by there somewhat frequently. There's a zoning boundary which runs down the center of Belleville Avenue. The site and the properties to the east are located in the R1A zone, but the 4 properties located, the site and the 3 properties located immediately to the west all deviate from the standards of the R1 zone. So the site is an existing office. Number 324 is an existing office. Number 328, which actually I worked on a use variance for probably 2 years ago, is a multifamily dwelling with 3 units in it. Number 332 is a dentist, and then adjacent to that is the public zone where the school board building is located. Across the street from the site, you're in the POR zone, professional office and residential. 317 is the law office, 323 is a medical office, I believe. 329 is the long skinny building, which is perpendicular to the street. That has a variety of professional offices, mostly medical. 337 is a funeral home. So certainly the properties on both sides of Belleville Avenue are mostly commercial in nature. They become more residential as you go to the east of the property, but there are still there's a dentist office in there and I believe another office as well, so it's mixed even as you get more into the residential zone. So the site as it's proposed is in keeping with the existing and in keeping with the immediately adjoining uses going west from Elm.
Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Stimmel.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Stimmel. How are you this evening?
Good. How are you, Mr. Williams?
I am well. See, Nicole, he refers to me as Mr. All right. Sorry.
Well, he doesn't know you as well as I do.
There is that. Mr. Stimmel, you went through the proofs for the D2 and the C, and I'm presuming C2. Just want to parse them out a bit more. I'm very comfortable with the positive and negative criteria. Under the Burbridge court case, or context, would be your opinion that the board deliberation thus far and concessions made by the applicant further harmonize the non-conforming use? And if so, if you could just reiterate those harmonizations for the board, please.
Certainly. The case that's most frequently cited with the expansion of an existing non-conforming use relates to an auto repair facility where it was located in a use which that type of, or in a zone which that type of use was not permitted. The owner expanded, according to the law, his operation by putting a fence around it, but in doing so, he made it more harmonious with the surrounding area. He effectively provided better screening, provided a significant aesthetic improvement to the area while maintaining the size of his operation. I think in this case, the applicant is doing the same thing. I think he's putting an extended effort forth to minimize the impact of the surrounding residential neighborhood as you go south from the property on Elm Street. He's taking that parking off of the street, bringing it onto the subject property, maintaining or in a way probably improving on the residential appearance of the building with the comments from the board members and the board experts related to the signage, the lighting, the landscaping, the striping of the parking lot, and so on. So I think to a great extent it's a very handsome building as it exists, which has been fairly well maintained. He's going to refresh that a little bit and make additional improvements to it.
Thank you. And similarly for the lot coverage deviation, would you characterize that as a C2 variance?
I would, yes.
And in the C2 context, is it your opinion it's a better zoning alternative than a strict application of the code given the trade-offs between the stormwater management and the provision of the extra parking?
Yes, I think that's certainly fair to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Board members, any questions? I don't see any hands up.
I have one question. Just a quick clarification. I think I heard you talking about getting approval from the Montclair Historic Society of Bloomfield, right?
It was 11:30 last night.
I figured it was a slip of the tongue, but for the record, thought I'd stipulate it was Bloomfield. Thank you.
My apologies.
Thank you for helping him clear that up, Mr.
You know, and listening then, right?
The later it gets, the more confused we all get, so.
Ms. Brown actually did 2 appearances before the Bloomfield Historic Preservation Commission with regard to this application.
All right, Mr. Gassion?
I'd like if everything's done and you've gotten any question from any interested citizens, I just would like a brief summation.
We need to hear from the expert.
Okay, can I wait till after that? I'm sorry.
Yes, we need to hear from the board expert.
Okay, anybody from the public, Nicole?
I see no hands.
No. Okay. Our experts?
I'll start, I guess.
All right. Did I swear everybody in, or do I need, no, I didn't swear you. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just state your name for the record.
Anthony Marucci. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, most of my questions have been answered by the doctor himself and also by his professionals. And my report is dated January 11th, 2021. This has been scheduled for a long time. As I stated before, my concern was parking, and as long as it's one doctor and one nurse practitioner, it meets the parking requirements because there is no parking allowed on Belleville Avenue. The last thing we need is for overflow parking on our residential street, Elm Street. It should be designated, obviously, as a condition that the free spaces parallel to the building will be for employees only, for staff only. The driveway, the aisle needs to be widened so 2 compact spaces can be provided so that there's enough space for backing out of those, enough aisle width to back out of those. And the only other recommendations I had in my report, with respect to the stormwater management, obviously we need to know from an engineering perspective if the soil log works and it percolates. So at the time of construction, Mr. Khan is going to have to provide me with percolation tests to make sure that works. Obviously, it's subject to building permit, demolition and construction permits. We're on a county road on Belleville Avenue, so Essex County Planning Board approval is required, and also Hudson Essex Passaic Soil Conservation District approval. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Fishinger?
Okay, raise your right hand.
First, I have a question for Mr. Marucci.
Oh, great.
What's the depth of the compact spaces outside containing residents?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What is the depth of the 2 compact spaces that contain the ocean?
I believe compact spaces are 15 foot deep.
So that would make the job out 24 feet, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
You got it.
And I have a question for Mr. Marucci, if I could as well.
Sure.
Mr. Marucci, if the practice were to expand, if a doctor were to be added, and some additional staff in the future, would that trigger or require permitting, and would that potentially trigger a variance requirement with regard to parking?
Well, that's why, again, that was my concern, and that's why I said our ordinance requires 4 spaces per practitioner. If another practitioner if one additional practitioner comes in, the doctor's still okay, because that would require 12 spaces, and I believe he has 13. Okay. But if there's more than that, then it could be an issue, and they'd have to come back to this board.
Okay.
In my opinion. And that's why I was concerned with the office space. But again, the second floor and the 3rd floor is not accessible for patients, so that kind of prevents that. So I think that'll work out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board members? Mr. Fishinger now.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments are very similar to
Hold
Mr.
on,
Marucci.
do I have to swear Mr. Fishinger? Oh, no, I swore you in already, go ahead.
You already swore me in.
All right, go.
My comments are very similar to Anthony's. Most of my questions and the review letters have been addressed. You don't see very often a traffic engineer telling you to take out traffic control devices, take out striping and additional signage, but this is a fairly low turnover facility, and for that reason, I want to try and keep it as residential looking as possible and try and scale back the signing and striping on the site to what is really necessary. It's something that if there is an issue and they need to add a stop bar or additional striping, that can always be added later. So other than that, my comments have been addressed and I don't see any issues with the application.
Any questions for Mr. Fishinger, board? None? Thank you. Thank you. So that brings us up to Mr. Rubin. We have to have a motion now? No, Mr. Gassion, you have to sum up?
I
Yes.
think Mr. Williams is waving his hand.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Hood?
Oh, how convenient, we almost forgot George.
Tough crowd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I do want to back up for a
Thank
moment and
goodness.
echo Mr. Marucci's comments. This is an application that's been pending for a while, so I want to thank the applicant for their patience and perseverance. I thought the testimony from the applicant's experts was very persuasive. Both Mr. Rubin and Gassion outlined for the board the context for the release, the D1, D2 scenario, and I think Mr. Stimmel went through the proofs very well. Just to recap, the standard for a D2 is a little bit less stringent than that of a D1. When the use is not going to go away, the non-conforming use, then the goal is to harmonize that use as best possible. In my opinion, based on the testimony that was provided by each of the people that testified today, there was a concerted effort to harmonize the non-conforming use, some of which were self-imposed by applicant or in response to the Historic Commission, others which were part of the board's deliberation. The board should be reminded if there are additional conditions that they want to impose, that's certainly their prerogative, particularly in the scenario of a D2 variance request. In terms of the C2 for the extra lot coverage, that's part, in my opinion, it's inextricably linked to Mr. Marucci's concern about additional staff. You heard testimony from the applicant and his experts that there's no intent to increase staff, that the extra parking was a deliberate design approach to make sure that there's adequate space and maneuverability for drop-offs and the way patients now travel to their doctor's office and sit in their cars for a while. But most importantly, in the context of the C2, I was persuaded that that lot coverage deviation would be offset by the stormwater management on the site, which would handle the runoff, and that's something that's brand new and not part of the existing site conditions. So for all those reasons, I too was comfortable with the proofs that were submitted for this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Gassion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. I know it's getting late, and I will be brief. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the only change is an increase in the percentage of the lot coverage, and that obviously helps with the parking, in that we now more than comply with the requirement, and as pointed out by one of the board members, I think it was Mr. Johnson, that we could add just one more professional and not have to go for a variance. So we have done a lot to try to make this a better application. There were numerous improvements made based on the recommendations of the Bloomfield Historic Preservation Commission. The size of the structure, of course, is not changing. We added green space. We reduced the impervious coverage from our original proposal based on the historic preservation. We eliminated one parking space based on their recommendation also to increase the landscaping. We changed the 6-foot-high vinyl fence to a wood fence. We changed the lighting fixtures to make them more historical, and they're now powder coated. This is a large lot, an oversized lot. Again, repeating myself, no change in the structural size whatsoever. Been used as offices for over 40 years. It was a variance got in 1980 for Ralph Salerno and Nick Amato, and was used by them, and then they brought in Longa, and then they brought in an associate, so they had 4 professionals plus staff there, and certainly not the parking that my client has. So this is dramatically a better application. The 2 compact spaces, we obviously agree to that. We have no problem with that. And this is a D2, in my opinion, as the proof, and certainly the positive things we've done to improve the parking, the drainage, all the items have been testified to are positives that go towards the special reasons that can be found in minimizing the pre-existing non-conforming use. And we improve the landscape, we improve the aesthetics. It's not nearly the same burden of proof as we would have had if we were introducing a discordant use.
we're not introducing a discordant use. Use is basically similar to how this building's been used for 40-plus years. And again, I thank the board for their time and consideration of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Gassion. Mr. Rubenak, time for public, hearing is over?
There's no public, correct?
None.
None.
All right, time for public hearing's over, board discussion.
Board discussion. I'm looking for hands.
I'll start.
Ms. Brown?
All right, well, this is a very thorough presentation by the experts and the owner. I think the fact that, that it was so thorough and that there was such compliance and many efforts made to accommodate the requirements of the Bloomfield Historic Commission. And I think that they've done a good job, and I would be in favor of approving it. I don't know if we need making, I guess, the only question I had was what stipulations with any kind of ground, I don't know if there's room or space, or if we've discussed any kind of green room or anything like that.
I think what we'll do is we'll consult Mr. Rubin after, our discussion.
But in
when
principle-
we have the motion made.
In principle, I think they've done a robust job. It conforms. I'm persuaded that it's a benefit to the community. I think the owner's been a stalwart citizen by hanging in there since 2018. So I think it's a good application.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr.
Mr.
Wagner?
Wagner?
Yeah, I would like to echo that. I agree. I think this application has taken a lot of care, and I'm familiar with the doctor's current place as well. I pass by it very often, so I think I'm very glad that he's sticking around in Bloomfield and he's growing his business here, and I like that he's taking care in our historic district. I think that's very. It shows a lot of character that he's going through this, and I'm very happy about this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Board?
Mr. Chairman, I will echo Ms. Brown's and Mr. Wagner's comments. I think that, everything that has been proposed by this applicant represents an improvement. I think that they did a very good job in explaining the application. The fact that they received the Bloomfield Historic Committee's blessing adds, considerable credence, I think, to the application. It certainly beats, it's an improvement over probably the prior uses, and it certainly is an improvement over the fact that it's been vacant for the last several years. So, those are my comments, essentially.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else?
No.
I'll take a motion on this application. Before the motion, Mr. Rubin, could we go over exactly, quickly, what the variances are and if there's any additions?
Well, the variance is a D1 variance for expansion of use grant by variance, and there's a lot coverage variance. I don't know whether they've asked for apparently a variance making for the front yard setback, which is, if the board wants to grant that, they can. The conditions that I have are two, really. One, that compact spaces 15 feet in depth will replace the full-size spaces abutting the rear of the building. And two, that the directional sign for the entrance to the building in the parking lot will be designed in a manner consistent with the freestanding sign on Belleville Avenue.
How about with the line striping, Mr. Fishinger?
Are we eliminating all the striping and eliminating the stop bar and eliminating the arrows?
Are we?
I don't know, Mr. Lucci, what's your opinion on that?
Yes, we'll comply with the engineer's report and the traffic engineer's report.
I know, but I'd like to hear Mr. Lucci on that.
Well, is that what Mr. Fishinger said? I thought he just said not the pinstriping.
Yeah, and you also want to eliminate the stop bar and the directional arrow.
I think there might be a misunderstanding. I think maybe if you call on Mr. Fishinger, he can clarify that.
Mr. Fishinger?
Sure, I did want to eliminate the stop bar and the word stop painted on the roadway, and the directional arrows in the parking lot, and switch the hairpin parking striping to just a single 4-inch white line. So we still need parking stripes to separate the lines, and they still need the required handicap painting, but given the volume coming out of this driveway, I think the stop sign is enough coming out. They don't need a stop bar and the word stop and the arrows.
I can agree with that.
Okay.
Mr. Rubin, you may have mentioned this, but did you mention the compact parking spaces that Mr. Marucci mentioned and designated spaces for employees?
Yeah,
Then the last issue was the lighting controlled by timer. I don't know if you mentioned that or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the plan, so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And all the signs are to be in the architecture of the main sign for being in the historical,
Well, there's only one other sign, it's the directional sign. The other sign that you see is gonna be painted on the door.
yeah, and then there were the staff signs for the staff parking.
There's important parking signs, but those are just gonna be small little signs that are gonna be on the wall of the building.
Yeah,
The only two freestanding signs are the entrance sign and the one that's on the corner of Belleville Avenue. And the others will be similar.
Okay, good. All right, so, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, just one question. Do we decide that there's a variance required for the ramp, for the proposed ramp? Is that necessary?
I don't think there's a variance required, there's community that we're adding to it.
Okay, no, I just wasn't sure.
The ramp is necessary, but I don't think variances.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Okay, with all of this, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions.
As described and recorded by Mr. Rubin.
Correct, yes.
And I'll second that motion.
Mr. Johnson?
Johnson will second it.
Okay. If you're ready, I'll pull the board. Okay, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Prince?
yes,
Mr. Balnicki?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Mr. Stivers?
Yes.
Ms. Hilaire?
Yeah.
Thank you. Application's approved.
Thank you for your time and attention.
People go home, we have, I mean,
Okay.
finish work on, we can't go on Franklin, three applications beyond that with people who are still here
All right.
at 10:54.
All right, well, hold on, because I did send out, 212 Hoover Avenue, asked for an adjournment, they're not even here. They had a family emergency and would like to have been adjourned until July 8th. So we
Right,
can,
so we should adjourn that, and then we should move Rio Terrace, Mill Street, and Broughton Avenue.
Brown Avenue's not being heard.
All right, so it's just Mill Street. and-
Correct. Leo Terrace and Mill Street and 401 Franklin, correct.
Well, 12 Hoover.
Nope, that's the one I just said we're gonna adjourn.
Right, we're gonna adjourn 212 Hoover, Rio Terrace, and Mill Street.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize, well, I have a letter from, I have the email from 212 Hoover.
Well, we have to vote to adjourn them.
Yes.
We need to adjourn three matters. 212 Hoover, 5 Rio Terrace, and 62 Mill Street, and then we can begin 401 Franklin Street if everybody wants to.
Right.
We can begin it, but we have a stop time of 11.
Well, let's deal with the adjournments first, and then we can deal with 401 Franklin.
Okay. So I just want to put in the record that Mr. Ganella from 212 Hoover Avenue emailed me and asked Due to a family emergency, he could not be here tonight. He was requesting an adjournment until July 8th, and he was waiving all time constraints.
Motion on that, adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Wagner, second.
I will second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, 212 Hoover Avenue is adjourned until July 8th.
All right, who's here on 5 Leo Terrace?
Also in Rocio.
Well, you know, you can just stick around for the rest of the night, as far as I'm.
I already texted the client and the architect tonight.
So, but I like looking at your beautiful face.
Well, Mr. Santabrosco looks tired.
So we're going to adjourn 5 Leo Terrace. What's the next date, Nicole?
July 8th.
I don't know how much hope I can give you for July 8th.
Listen, what we'll do is take them to July and let's see what happens, because we've had applications not advertised correctly and get knocked off with, you know, so let's just take it to July and we'll worry about it then.
Okay. We need a motion, July 8th.
To adjourn 5 Leo Terrace to July 8th.
No new notice and all time constraints are waived, Mr. Santabrosco?
That's so.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Prince, second.
I'll second.
That was Mr.
Thank you.
Johnson? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No, I don't see anybody. Okay, adjourned until July 8th. Now on to 62 Mill Street.
Who's here for that? Ms. Drake?
Dark.
Dark, I'm sorry.
Dark, thank you.
I'm a little dyslexic.
Okay.
You understand that we're not gonna get to you tonight?
I kind of got that idea about an hour or two ago.
Alright, so we're gonna, adjourn you to July 8th, does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, you got it, let's take a motion.
No notice, no time constraint.
Alright, no new notice, no time constraints are waived.
Motion?
Basically, I just have to show up again.
That's correct.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I will move that.
So moved, the second.
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Prince, Nicole?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, it's adjourned until July 8th, 62 Mill Street.
Nicole, real fast, 231 Bloomfield also is adjourned.
Well, I had to take them off the agenda. If you notice, they're not on the most recent agenda I sent you because they advertised incorrectly. They did not include Zoom information in their advertisements. So they're gonna have to re-advertise, and I'll let you know.
We have no jurisdiction over this application, we don't have to adjourn it, it's like it was never on the agenda, they have to renotice.
Correct.
Okay?
Perfect.
Now, before we get to the 401 Franklin Street, I'm afraid I have to ask for a quick adjournment. Can I just have a quick adjournment for a second? Sure. Oh, wow, thank you.
Okay. So we'll just take 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
A 5-minute break.
For 5 minutes? I won't worry about it.
I'm not gonna say anything.
What?
I'm not gonna say anything as soon as they don't. Big sandwich at home.
This is ridiculous.
Can we get this in, Steve?
What part of it?
Can we get the whole thing in a half hour or what?
I don't think so.
We'll get,
Depends on questions and, you know.
well, I'll be very brief with Dr. Bowman and get you qualified and you run with it and we'll go over Mr. Marucci's,
Yeah, I can go through it.
great. They can, the topic of backup aisles came up in the last application. Did you recall that, or did you hear that, Steve?
Not that part, no.
Oh, okay. What's hairpin typing as far as painting on parking spaces? Does that mean anything to you?
I haven't heard that before, I've seen it these things.
I was just,
Maybe cross line, I'm not sure.
Hey, Paul, just a quick, can I just ask you a quick question? How many witnesses do you have?
3.
Right. That's why I mean, if we get through, it's up to the board if they want to at least get through one person's testimony, but that's why I said 11 o'clock cutoff, because what happens is, even if we go to 12 o'clock, we might not even get through, right. So it seems pointless to make everybody sit here exhausted to not get through the entire application.
I'll be brief, and the owner will be brief, and then Mr. Corso, and will they just accept him as an expert, and we don't need to go through where he went to school and everything?
Okay, we'll see how they feel.
I'll tender that.
Okay.
I think we can get those done.
Yeah, and they can listen to Mr. Milano in the car on the way home.
Nicole, when we qualify experts, do we have to have the attorneys and the architects like for their elementary schools?
Kindergarten, nursery, right. Oh, goodness.
Well, I will confess that I don't like doing the case right after Mr. Gassion because he's so good and thorough. And they're spoils the board members into thinking, you know, that's the norm.
Well, the other thing is, we know that all the attorneys would always be very glad to try and get through this as quickly as possible, but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. With questions being asked and testimony being gone over, I have to say that there's probably no way we would get through all 3.
I understand.
Okay.
It is what it is. That's
Yeah.
the basic.
So as soon as Mike gets back, we'll get started.
Okay, and Dr. Varma is on your screen?
Yes. Is that KJ's iPad? Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Hi. All right.
So we're just waiting for Mike.
Yes.
Here.
Oh, beautiful. So Mike's here, we can go right back into session because Channel 35 did not cut us off.
Okay,
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Balnicki.
okay, we're back. Next is Nicole, you want to read the application?
Sure. Okay, we are at, so application of Ken Wall and Amrita Singh Varma as applicants, and Amrita Singh Varma as owner for a use variance, waiver of site plan requirements, and any such other relief as may be required from the zoning ordinance of the Township of Bloomfield to convert the first floor of the existing building to a residential use and divide the second floor to create 2 apartments in a neighborhood business B2 zone on premises known as MAP 12, Block 271, Lot 7, better known as 401 Franklin Street.
Thank you. Mr. Santa Rosa?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Santambrogio on behalf of the applicants in this case. We're talking about 401 Franklin Street, that's block 271, lot 7 here in Bloomfield. This is in the B2 neighborhood business zone. The applicant proposes to create a residential apartment on the first floor, which up to date has been for years her dental practice. There is already a residential tenant on the second floor. The application is to add a second apartment between the second and third floors, so that would be a total of 3-family home requiring the variance. I must apologize, I'm a little embarrassed. When I submitted the application, I called it a straight use variance. Perhaps I misread the letter of denial we got from the assistant zoning officer. But thanks to Mr. Williams and Mr. Marucci in their memos pointed out that actually it's not a D1 variance, it's a D3 variance. And I don't mean to insult anyone's intelligence or experience, but that is a distinction with a difference in that the burden is slightly less than a D1 variance, analogous to the prior case that we just had, which was a D2. And this is discussed, and it's mentioned in Mr. Williams' memo, in the Coventry Square case, which is the lead case on the topic of what happens when a proposed use is permitted as a conditional use, but not all of the conditions are met. And it is the holding of that case that is the departure from that particular condition that the application doesn't meet that should be the focus of the board. So I hope that you will hear the testimony through that prism, and we will have more on that when the planner testifies. I do propose 3 witnesses, briefly the applicant, Mr. Corso, the applicant, I'm the architect, and Mr. Frank Miletto is a professional planner. If we can at least move forward, I'd like to call Dr. Varma as the first witness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Varma, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just state your name for the record.
My name is Kanwan J. Varma, and my wife is here as well.
Amrita S. Varma.
Okay, Ms. Varma, if you're going to be testifying, we'll swear you in as well, just in case. Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Just in case, if there's any questions for her, she's already sworn in.
Dr. Varma, you and your wife have owned this property for years, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your bride has operated her dental practice there for nearly 30 years.
Since 1989.
Yes. And why are we changing that at this point in our lives?
Well, she is retiring for a couple of reasons. Number one, because of the COVID, a lot of dental practices are closed. And she was also at a stage in life where, you know, people do retire. And I've been working for 40 years, so I'll be retiring next year myself. And so, you know, we tried to look at different options. We talked to a number of other dentists to see if we could, you know, have another dental office, but because of the way the commercial real estate is these days, you know, we have no takers. And we met with Mr. Corso, and, you know, we looked at what can we do with the, you know, the building. And, you know, and especially there is a great need for good housing in Bloomfield. I mean, I've seen what's going on, you know, we've been going there for 30-some years, and, you know, we love the town. And since there is a need, and if we could do this, if the board permits us to do this, I think it'll be a great thing, because it's very convenient property, it's close to the train station, you know, it's a very safe area, and you know, I think it'd be great if we could do that. And, you know, it's also, since we'll be retiring, you know, I'll be retiring soon, she's already retired, it also provide us some income during retirement, you know, which will be helpful. And, you know, and there's ample parking there, so, you know, we're not planning on changing anything from the outside of the building. We've met with the historical commission, we've gotten their approval as well. They suggested a few things, we've taken care of that, we got their approval. So, you know, until now, we've done everything, you know, we were told we should do to make this application to the board here.
Okay, and is it true, didn't the historic commission actually describe your proposal to be a substantial upgrade to the property?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. I don't know if you recall the specifics, but in general, Mr. Marucci's memo had a couple of suggestions that would improve the proposal, and you two do agree to comply with those suggestions should the board grant your application. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And with regard to the apartment that would be on the first floor, the plans show that a portion of that would be a study.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. And Mr. Williams, in his report, suggested that I elicit testimony from you that will remain a study and will not be converted into another bedroom.
And actually, it's not big enough to be a bedroom, and secondly, the entrance from the back of the building goes straight into that room, so, you know, that can't really be a bedroom because it's coming from the outside, from the back.
Very good, okay. I have no other questions.
Board, any questions?
I haven't seen it.
See anything?
Yes, believe it or not, we actually have 7 members.
Board, any questions?
I don't see any hands.
I guess
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll ask a question. You had indicated that this had been gone through review of the Bloomfield Historic Commission, and that they had noted that there were substantial upgrades or improvements that you were proposing for the property. Can you describe what the upgrades are that they highlighted?
We're gonna let the architect do that.
Okay.
And I'll actually read you the language of the different.
That's okay, why don't you just let the architect just describe the upgrades? I think that's the simplest way of doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from the public that has a question for
Not a
Dr.
soul,
Brown?
not a soul is left.
Okay, all right, so we can move on. Paul, next,
Yes, Mr. Corso, please, Steve Corso, architect.
Okay. Mr. Corso, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
State your name for the record.
Stephen Corso, my office is at 676 Bloomfield Avenue in Bloomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Corso.
May I tender him as an expert in that he's appeared before this board numerous times, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And as a licensed architect, and you accept him as such?
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to go through the plan with you. First, can I share the screen?
Sure.
Mr. Corso, could you talk a little bit louder or whatever? I can't hear you.
Okay. Is that better?
That's a little better. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to turn up the volume on the microphone.
Okay.
Steve, did you read these plans?
That should be better. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
That's better, yes.
Okay, this is the site plan. On the right side of the screen is Franklin Street. And then this is the existing 2.5-story building. We're replacing the medical office, the dental office with an apartment on the first floor. There are two other apartments, one that already existed on the second floor and one that we're creating out of unused space that's partially on the second floor and partially on the third floor. There are 3 existing garage spaces in the back, and we're restriping the parking, which was in this location, but we have one less parking space because I'm making them a lot wider, so that the cars will have more room to swing out because the backup distance is a little less than required. And in situations like this before, I've done this and it's worked fine. What the usual parameter I use is that for every 3 feet that the backup space is less, you have to add a foot to the width of the parking space. And we're actually doing better than that. We're making it wider than those parameters. Like we have an 11-foot wide space here, and we have 4 feet less. This is the worst backup condition. So that 11-foot, the extra 2 feet in the parking space would be workable with a 6 foot less, just going by that ratio. So we have 10 parking spaces altogether. There's an existing drain in the back, and we're actually, we're not really adding any drainage to it. What we're doing is we're removing some of the paving and bluestone that's in this area, so we can change the grade a little bit and slope it towards this drain that will be in a grass and, a ground cover area with some gravel. So we're actually reducing the amount of runoff that goes into this drain. The applicant has informed me that this is working very well right now. It doesn't clog. In the front of the property, we're removing the ground sign that was for the dentist and a little bit of landscaping around it, and we're putting ground cover in the front. We're keeping the existing bushes that are there. We're adding a sidewalk back here. There's a trash area that's going to be enclosed with a fence with vinyl slats, and each tenant will have their own can that they will be responsible for taking to the street for normal collection. Going to the floor plans. Okay, the first floor part.
Mike, I don't mean to interrupt you, Steve. Mike, do you want us to mark these plans?
These are the plans I submitted.
Yeah, everything put up as an exhibit has been marked.
So we're going to mark the whole set of plans as A1.
Right.
Perfect, thank you.
Now, in the first floor apartment, we're removing an existing door here that has some steps into the driveway. And that's one of the things that helps the appearance of the building. There's several smaller rooms here that we're going to make one big living room dining room combination. We're going to come into a common foyer and then into the apartment. And then there's a rear entrance. It has 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a study in the back. The applicant was correct that the study wouldn't be used as a bedroom because it's not private. And then there's ample closet space. The kitchen is open, the living room, which is the new way that everybody likes their units. So there's a pantry here. And then the common foyer connects to another foyer, which is private to the townhouse apartment, which is on the 2nd and 3rd floor. You come up the stairs from that foyer into this living room and kitchen dining combination. There's a powder room. And then you go up to the 3rd floor.
for the rest of the apartment where the bedroom and the bath are, and then there's an ample closet. The second floor apartment, which is existing, is actually a little smaller now, because this was one of the rooms on the second floor apartment that we took away from the existing apartment and added to this apartment so we could have a better allocation of space. The existing second apartment, being smaller, is still 860 square feet. It has 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and it has a rear entrance from the parking area. The building will be totally square foot, so that's why 1 entrance is allowed. Any a change of use to a 3-family house would require the building to be totally square foot. Getting to what we did on the exterior, which the historic committee approved, we're taking off the existing brick veneer that's on the front of the building, which was probably added to the dental office, and it made it look more commercial, which was appropriate for that. But now we're going to make it more appropriate for residential. We're going to have hardyboard clapboard siding with double hung windows and shutters. We're adding these 2 windows. They pretty much match the windows on the second floor. All of the windows are replaced with new thermal insulated windows. All the fronts can be replaced. And in my opinion, there was formerly a window up here that had been removed. We're going to put a window back. I assume that's another improvement that the historic committee liked. On the right side of the building, there's not much change. We're adding a window here where the bedroom is, up in the upper floor, and then we're putting new windows in. You'll see on the back elevation also that we have some awnings here. We're putting new stairs in the back. And the reason we're doing that is because we want to move them over so that they properly serve the 2 rear entrances, and that this space that was formerly a back porch, part of the whole back porch here, can be used as a nice walk-in closet for the second floor bedroom. So on the rear elevation, here you can see the new entranceway. It's new steps and the 2 doors, one to the first floor apartment and one that goes up to the steps to the second floor apartment. And there are 2 new awnings. Again, all the windows are new. And then on the left side elevation, this is the driveway side. We're taking out an existing door here that had some cumbersome steps, makes the driveway flow more freely, and then we're adding new windows.
Can I interject a question?
Sure.
While you're shifting around there? The condition that is not met by the application, apparently, is that all dwelling units shall be located above the ground floor. As an architect, do you know why someone would have suggested that as part of the ordinance?
Yes, I believe that I'm very familiar with a lot of the B2 zones in Bloomfield, and majority of them are in suburban centers, like commercial nodes, and a lot of the buildings in those areas are connected, and they're all streetscape storefronts. And a residential unit would be inappropriate for the ground floor, it wouldn't have privacy, and it would take away from another commercial unit that would tend to serve the other commercial units in the neighborhood. So I believe that's why that's like that. And I think in our situation, it's different. We're not in a suburban center. There are lots of buildings that are separated, and the 2 buildings on each side of us, they're not on each side, the 2 buildings, I guess, to the east of us, they're not residential buildings, but they have a residential character. And with the spaces between the buildings, I think it's appropriate to have this as a residential building.
In that regard, is the ground floor level of this building at grade of the soil, or is it elevated by some?
It's about 4.5 feet up, and that makes it more appropriate for residential also. It maintains the privacy, people don't look in the windows as easy.
Thank you, I'm sorry, keep going with your analysis, please.
Well, I was pretty much done with my description of what we're doing.
Can we turn to Mr. Marucci's letter then?
Yes. Mr. Marucci's number 1 and number 2 comments on first how we handled the parking space and the backup space. where I have less backup space, I made the space, the parking space is considerably wider, so that I have more room to turn in the shorter backup space. Very accessible handicap parking space is not provided because under the current building code for a three-family house, handicapped access is not required. I have the section of the building code if you'd like me to read it, but I know this very well, I have to deal with it all the time. The storage area that's proposed in the back, the applicant has informed me that does work and it is fine. I also have a note on the drawings that the contractor shall investigate it, and that would be with the camera, and just confirm that everything's working properly. And I have on my drawings that he should report that finding to the township engineer. The floodlights in the back that we propose, I actually will have them shielded so that they don't shine on neighboring properties. However, if the board feels that one pole light is more appropriate or a combination, we can certainly do that. But I think that what I have here will be adequate to light the parking in the back, and we can keep it from shining light on the neighbors. The fences on the side, on the, I guess the side towards, the southern side of the property would be the right side as you look at it from the street. Just on the edge of our property, on the neighboring property, there's a row of small trees and a planter that is a very good buffer. I have that somewhere.
I'm sorry, we have to mark these. All these photos have to be marked.
Okay.
All right, look, he's getting to the one he's using. Are you using all of them?
No.
No.
This is the one I want to show you.
Okay, so we're gonna mark this A2.
Thank you.
No problem.
That side of the property has a planter and trees that are on the neighbor's property. Our property line ends at the pavement, and which I believe is a very good buffer. Also, that's a business use, it's offices. And it's raised a little, so I don't believe there's going to be a problem with headlights shining property there. And on the other side, which is this photograph.
Thank you.
And my client has a sharing relationship with the plowing, and the fence would inhibit that. Also, I don't believe that there would be a disturbance to the Bloomfield seafood property from headlights. And this, as a dental office on an apartment, existed this way for years and years and years. So that's why we didn't propose any fences on the sides of the property.
And Steve, you know anything we mark, including those two pictures, comes to me at some point.
Yeah, I can, want to email them or?
That's perfect. No, you can email them. Thank you so much.
Anything else in Mr. Marucci's letters, Mr. Corso, that would be wise to address?
I don't want to say anything else unless Mr. Ritchie wants me to go further into some of the other things he said.
Can I just ask the board, in connection with Mr. Johnson's question earlier about the Historical Commission?
Yes.
I assume the resolution from that commission was shared with the board members?
Yeah. I received a copy.
Hold on, let me.
I just mean for Mr. Johnson, they're kind of listed.
You can attach to Mr. Marucci's report.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, I thought I saw it. Yes, yes it is. Thanks, Mike.
Personal question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Is this going to be, is the building going to be sprinkled?
Yes, it's fully sprinkled with fire sprinklers.
Okay, because I noticed that there's only one means of egress to the second and third floor apartments.
That's correct, and that's allowed if the building's sprinkled.
And I'm correct that the second floor apartment access is only from the rear, correct?
Correct.
And the third floor, the second and third floor, the combined thing is only from the front, correct?
Correct.
So the person who is going to, live up there is going to park in the rear and have to get to the front, correct?
Yeah, they're walking down the driveway and then across that sidewalk that's directly in front of the building.
Okay.
Mr. Corso, you done with that?
Yes.
Yes, unless you want me to go over the.
Well, let me just add, are there any board members, any questions? Mr. Corso? Mr. Corso?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question or two. This is Mr. Johnson. Yes, Mr. Corso, you had indicated that in the front, and I do appreciate your front facade treatment. I do think that that is, adds some additional character that is more consistent with the historic district. With respect to the landscaping, you had indicated that you were removing the sign in front as well as some of the plantings and going to provide some sort of ground cover. When you say ground cover, are you talking about gravel?
No, I'm talking about variety, that's what I say in the plans. That's a small, I don't know how to describe it, it's like a stringy like almost. I've used that a lot before. The reason I'm doing that is it's green, and it's nice landscaping, and it doesn't require mowing. But it's almost like grass, but it's deeper and they're like individual plants.
Okay, all right. I think I understand what you're saying. Second question I have relates to the parking that you alluded to that shares, I guess, the property line with Bloomfield Steak. That you said that there's a shared plowing plan that sort of prevents there being a fence there. You know, as a resident, now that and that makes sense to me from a commercial standpoint, but now that we're converting this into a purely residential use, as a tenant there, I would feel a little uncomfortable about, you know, having two parking lots meet like that with no privacy whatsoever. Is there no opportunity at all for putting in a fence that divides the two properties that perhaps leaves an opening for the plows to come through?
Yes, we could do that, and I'll explain it to you. There's another issue. Where if you notice, the distance from the building to the property line is about 7.5 feet, but the distance that the cars can travel is about 10 feet. So if we put a fence on this property line, we would have to stop it short of the building so that the cars wouldn't be restricted coming past this point. That would also give a truck a way to get across. So that could be a solution.
Okay, that would be my recommendation, just to add a little bit of privacy and division between the two properties.
Okay.
A little more definition on that, what kind of fence, how high is it gonna be?
I would suggest
What definition?
a 5-foot high fence and a chain link fence with vinyl slats so that there's the privacy.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I go to Bloomfield Steak all the time, and I know they've spent a considerable amount of money upgrading their exterior so that it looks, beautiful, and I know your property very well. I think this is one of those occasions where I would recommend maybe arborvitae or something and not put in an actual chain link fence, which I think would not be the most aesthetically pleasing in the historic district. I'd be in favor of some kind of soft scaping like that, which would create the barrier that you're looking for, but would have a really beautiful aesthetic.
Well, that's a good idea, except that we have to put them on our side of the property line, and that would take backup space. So
But talk to the steakhouse folks, they're pretty amenable to stuff, and if you talk, I know them well, and I know if the option was to have a chain link fence right there, especially since they've committed to doubling their patio size for COVID, but even before COVID, they planned it. So then you have people sitting on the patio where it's they've tried to create a bucolic sort of environment there, and then to have chain link would be, I think, not their preference, but I would like to suggest that as a remedy, since I know they're not pushing for the fence. They've been open with you over all these years.
We can't place a condition.
Right.
That a neighbor who's not part of the
That's a good
application accommodate plantings, that we can't.
Good point. Well, then in that case, I would rather there not be a fence, because I think it's not, I don't want to say.
How about a better looking fence?
Yes, that would be my proposal, is something, a
Okay, a better looking.
That is not chain link.
How about a cedar fence?
That works.
Cedar would be lovely.
Okay.
That's something that's appealing, that's beautiful, that's in keeping with the environment that's been developed there.
Is there a board-on-board fence? What is it? It would be, well, yeah, it would be board-on-board, and it would be finished on both sides.
Beautiful.
You don't want to have an open picket fence to create more open air and space and all that other thing? Well, the air can flow through the board-on-board fence because there's diagonal space.
If I may interject here, we're not going to get to complete this application tonight, so maybe between now and the
July meeting.
Next meeting of this, Mr. Corso or the applicants can talk with Bloomfield State and see what else, and kind of get just a good neighbor opinion of what their idea would be on it, and then, of course, then the onus would be, upon the applicant to put the fence up.
Yeah, one of the things I'm concerned about, I would like Mr. Malik to weigh in on eventually, is the plan is, the photo that was shown by Mr. Corso suggests that their parking spaces go right up to the property line. And if there's a fence there and there's no wheel stop, I see that as being problematic. So I would like to get someone to get an idea of how this will all work, so that we don't have people plowing into fences. So maybe Mr. Luigi can chime in on this in the next 2 weeks before we meet again, or 3 weeks, whenever it is, and work with Mr. Corso on figuring this out for us.
I think that'd be a good plan.
That's fine.
Agreed.
After the last 5 minutes, trying to say something.
Who?
Stop saying.
And Mr. Lawler, you're not sworn in, so you can't say anything. So just hold your comments to the next meeting. So my opinion is that this is something that should be worked out with Mr. Marucci over the next couple of weeks, and that we need to be concerned about people who park Bloomfield Steakhouse and a fence right up against the parking lot.
And have too many martinis.
Before and after.
Hey!
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to comment tonight? I think I can comment tonight if you like. I know it's late.
We need to
Yeah, real quickly.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just state your name for the record.
Anthony Marucci. This is an existing parking lot, and as you saw from the photographs, these parking lots are basically joined together between the Bloomfield Steakhouse and the subject property. Where I was more concerned with was on the other side, where you have that little grass buffer and you have the landscaping there. I was concerned about the lights from the vehicles from our property shining on that other property. I'm concerned about putting any type of fence or buffering against the Bloomfield Steakhouse, because look at Mr. Corso's dimensions there, where he's down to 20 feet as far as a backup aisle, and he's testified that he's widened the spaces to provide more of an angle for people to back up. But you put a fence there, and I think it's going to get hit, and it's going to be a problem. And in this case, along the Bloomfield Steakhouse, I'd rather not see a fence there. I think it's better for everyone. Traffic-wise, by eliminating the commercial use, there's going to be less traffic here. It's just going to be the residential. My biggest concern was and Mr. Corso answered it, was that third floor bedroom area where he said that it's gonna be sprinklered, and as long as it's sprinklered, then I have no problem with it. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Why don't we adjourn this? And then take it up again.
Mr. Corso, can you take down the screen share? So my suggestion is if we adjourn this to July 8th, we have one other application on there that was already begun, but I don't see why we can't put this one on in front of that and make this one first and 224 Broad Street second, because I believe 224 Broad Street's probably gonna take a little bit more time.
Not gonna be ready.
Oh, they're not? Who's?
No, we're not gonna be.
They're redesigned.
Oh, you guys aren't gonna be ready, so you wanna go to August? Oh, all right, I'm sorry.
Karen's gonna have to tell you that, but I can tell you right now.
That's perfect, that's fine. Mike, do you know when the August meeting is?
I can tell you in a second.
Okay.
And Nicole, 5 Leo and 62 Mill Street are also on July 8th, correct?
Yes,
5 Leo is mine too,
yes, we'll be seeing Paul in July anyway.
inshallah.
All right, so as soon as Mike comes back, we'll see what the August meeting is.
August 19th. August 19th.
Okay, August 19th.
And what if Proud Mary's, Bloomfield Steak and Seafood also says they prefer that there not be a fence there?
Well, I think that you guys should talk to them and come back to us and get an idea. If you say it's not practical, as Mr. Marucci suggested, that's up to the board.
Okay. And Mr. Corso will continue to testify and answer questions at that time, at that next meeting. That's where we'll pick up?
Correct.
All right, so,
We just need a motion to adjourn the remainder.
motion to adjourn this to July 8th.
Nope.
No
August
Nope.
notice.
August 19th.
August 19th.
This is, July 8th, you just said?
Why did you just say, wait a minute,
That was the other one.
am I losing my marbles?
224 Broad Street is August.
Oh, okay.
401 Franklin is next meeting.
See, this is what happens after 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I heard your marbles roll across the floor at 11.
Yeah, exactly.
I misunderstood that too.
All right, so, okay, Broad Street is not until August? Okay.
But you're gonna have to, the children's gonna have to tell you that.
And they're gonna have to notice anyway, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, let's adjourn this one to July 8th or 9th.
July
I
8th.
move.
Okay,
So moved.
perfect.
Is there a motion? Motion to July 8th?
Yep.
Second.
Wagner, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We're adjourned. That's a wrap, folks.
Thank you.
All right, good night, guys.
All right, take care.
So the only other thing is motion to adjourn meeting?
Yes.
Okay,
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
okay.
I'll second.
Johnson, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No one. All right, everybody have a good night. We are adjourned.
Have a
Good night.